The House Appropriations Subcommittee on Labor and Economic Opportunity will come to order. Mr. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Chair Jenkins-Arno.
Here.
Representatives Robinson.
Present.
Van Workum. Cavett.
Here.
And Martis.
Here via Zoom.
Thank you. Madam
All right.
Chair, majority members are present. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Rep. Robinson moves to approve the minutes of the March 11th meeting. There being no objections, the minutes are approved. So I just want to say welcome to everybody. Happy to have you here on a Monday. And so we'll just get started because we have a lot to go through today. So I'm going to call up Rep. Frisbee's representative with the Greater Kingdom International. You want to come forward? Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Yeah. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Apologies that Representative Frisbee cannot attend today, but I am ecstatic to see all your smiling faces. So the first LDSI that we will be testifying for today is for the amount of $500,000 for the revitalization and redevelopment of Orchard Park in Bedford Township into a publicly accessible recreational and community wellness space. The funding provided by the state would be used for site grading, basketball court resurfacing, installation of a walking path, safety enhancements, and installation of outdoor recreational amenities for families and senior citizens. I have with me today Bishop Dr. Tino Smith, head of Greater Kingdom International, who is in charge of the project and who can speak further on it as well. Additionally, as well, a budget has been provided to members of the committee. So with that, Bishop Smith.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Dr. Smith here, and I serve as the founder of Kingdom International. For many years, our organization has been actively working in Calhoun County to support families, youth, and neighborhoods through education, mentorship, and community development initiatives. I'm here today to request the support of Orchard Park Revitalization Program. It's a community-driven effort designed to stabilize, strengthen one of the neighborhoods in our city that needs investment and opportunities. The purpose of this initiative is to improve neighborhood conditions, increase youth engagements, empower residents to participate in rebuilding their own community. Our goal is not simply physical improvement, but community restoration, long-term neighborhood stability. A major component of this work is the launch of our Kingdom Builders Men's Shed. I do have a certificate that we're certified. It's this program that started in Canada. But the Men Shed Wellness Center, we're proud to share that our program is officially registered with the U.S. Men's Shed Association. We're connecting us to an international movement that is focused on community service, mentorship, and wellness. The Men's Shed program originated internationally and have spread across many countries as a way to bring men together, shoulder to shoulder through hands-on work, mentorship, fellowship, while improving the communities around them. So our Battle Creek program will serve as one of the first officially registered men's shed initiative in the state of Michigan. The men's shed will bring all these skilled men together in the community, many of the retirees, tradesmen, tradespeople, mentors who work to practical projects that improve neighborhoods while mentoring younger generation. So the timeline says, if approved, we are prepared to begin immediately within the first 60 days. We will begin community engagement, meeting with Orchard Park. Residents conduct neighborhood assessments and identify priority improvement areas. At the same time, the newly registered Men's Shed program will be mobilizing volunteers, skilled mentors who will assist with neighborhood improvement efforts and youth mentorship. And within 3 to 6 months, we will launch visible neighborhood improvement projects, youth engagement programs, working alongside local contractors and skilled trade with larger infrastructure work is required. And within the 6 to 18 months, the project will expand into full implementation, including neighborhood improvement initiative, youth mentorship programming, and workforce development opportunities tied to community revitalization. Now, our organization has always taken a resource leveraging approach to community development. So if this funding is not secure, we will continue moving forward through smaller grants, volunteer engagements, partnership with local organizations, private support from different foundations. The launch of our Men's Shed program have already put us in the ability to begin engaging residents and sharing neighborhood. The responsible use of taxpayer dollars. The project represents a preventative investment in community stability and public safety. When neighbors receive investment, mentorship, opportunities for youth engagements, communities become safer, stronger, and more economically resilient. Investing in community is far less costly than addressing the long-term effect of blight, crime, and economic decline. So he told me I only have about 4 minutes, so I had to fly and say all those things. But I hope I hit what you asked for, and if you have any questions for me, I would love, but my closing statement I will say is because Greater Kingdom International already operates programs serving families. See, there you go. And youth in the area and building upon existing foundation rather than creating a new bureaucracy. So members of the committee, the residents of Orchard Park do not lack potential. They simply need investment, opportunities, and partnership. Through initiatives like Battle Creek Kingdom Builders Men's Shed Wellness Program, which is for you all, with support of the Orchard Park, we could become a powerful example of what happens when community organizations and government works together. And side note, that used to be the district that our state representative, Frisbee, used to be over when he was the Calhoun County Commissioner. That's an area in Battle Creek, Michigan that has been neglected from, there's one park in the city of Battle Creek, they call it Claude Evans. That's the only park in the city that's been touched upon. This one in Orchard Park is not being utilized. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Questions, Rep. Cavett?
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the program. Thanks, Madam Chair. How many people would this service? How many people are located in Orchard Park? You can give me approximates. I'm not looking for just general ideas.
Well, we're looking at, actually I have the statistics because I knew that was going to be a question to ask, but we're looking at probably close to, was it 500-600 individuals, and then we went by the families. So there you go, right there. It says, yeah, more so in that area then, if that's the right number. The project would directly impact residents of Orchard Park. That's a whole Bedford Township, but that area itself may be about 500.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I'm specifically grateful for the itemized list for your $500,000 ask, but I do have a couple questions specifically. In it, you mentioned lighting and safety enhancements. What other safety enhancements are we talking about in this park besides the lighting?
There will be some fencing. I don't know if I mentioned that,
Okay.
but fencing, which will, after hours, will eliminate people just walking inside the park and utilizing it after hours that be closed.
And then the other question I have specifically was about in the not in the itemized list, but in the paper that you presented for this ask. You mentioned it would pay for installation or rehabilitation of outdoor recreational amenities. Is there some that just are beyond repair and would need to be replaced, or are you talking about some things that could be refurbished? Could you talk a little bit about that?
So the whole basketball court need to be totally redone. So for it to be even for a pickleball court or just a basketball court, we're going to have a new type of more of sort of professional, whatever the newest thing there is right now. But you got a lot of dents, crevices, holes. They could twist their ankles, break, everything of that nature.
Thank you, Chair.
It needs to be repaired. Never been repaired. And I would like to say this: Bedford Township turned the park over to Calhoun County, and it became just left there. And then the Calhoun County sold it to us. So that's how long it's been kind of sitting there.
Okay, that was kind of my question, is if the township was helping, or now I guess the county was helping, but they sold it to you in order to be able to get that done. So there's no funding coming from either of those municipalities?
Well, the foundation has agreed to support us,
Okay.
and the county itself.
Oh, okay.
And I'm for sure Bedford would probably jump back on the bandwagon,
Okay,
but they just banned it and gave it away.
okay, all right, very good. Well, I think all my questions are answered as well, so thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, next up,
Appreciate you. Okay.
Rep Frisbee again, with Washington Heights United Methodist Church and Community.
Alrighty. The second LDSI that our office will be testifying in favor of is for $750,000 for Washington Heights United Methodist Church and Communities Healthy Homes and Home Ownership Stabilization Project. This project will deliver needed critical repairs and energy safety upgrades to improve the living and working conditions of families in Washington Heights. The project would achieve this within an 18-month time frame and upgrade a minimum of 45 homes. With me today is Reverend Dr. Monique French, who will elaborate further on the project and answer any of your questions. But I really want to emphasize the Washington Heights community is the poorest area of Battle Creek. 27% of homes are underneath the federal poverty level. This community has just been battered and beaten, but they're strong and resilient, and we really need to show them that, government can be there for them. Dr. French has been exceptional in providing our office as well as this committee with a budget, reporting plan, and necessary tax information that's been uploaded to the portal. The project as well has been supported with the Kellogg Foundation as well as the Battle Creek Public Schools. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to her.
Chair, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to present before you today. My name is Monique French. I'm the pastor and director at Washington Heights United Methodist Church and Community, the hub of hope in Battle Creek. Washington Heights is a neighborhood with deep strength, deep faith, and deep scars. It carries the consequences of disinvestment that did not happen by accident. When the community is redlined, displaced, or overlooked, the results show up with broken roofs, failing furnaces, unsafe wiring, food insecurity, and families working harder just to stay stable. I'm here today to ask your support for healthy homes and home ownership stabilization requests in the amount of $750,000. The request is not about cosmetic work. It's about keeping people safe, keeping families in their homes, and preventing unavoidable crisis. In Washington Heights and across the surrounding Calhoun County footprint we serve, too many homeowners are one major repair from instability. A leaking roof becomes mold, a broken furnace becomes winter emergency, faulty electricity becomes safety hazard, and plumbing failure becomes displacement. For seniors on fixed income, for families with children, and for homeowners trying to hold on to what they have worked for, one repair can become the difference between stability and collapse. The request allows us to intervene before the collapse. The project is built on practical, high-impact work, such as roof repairs or replacement, HVAC repairs or replacement, plumbing and electrical safety, accessibility, home improvements, winterization, code compliance, and final inspection. This is targeted, measurable, and neighborhood stabilization investment. The majority of the funds will go specifically to the construction work and the repair contracts. Another $35,000 is set aside for license, inspection, and energy audits, $60,000 for materials and supplies, $40,000 for energy efficient improvements, and the remaining funds for safety mitigation, permits, limited emergency relocation, data, and reporting. That means that the dollars are doing what the public expects them to do. Our project over 12 months is to stabilize approximately 35 to 60 homes, depending on the repair intensity. The average investment will be about $12,000 to $20,000. Every address will have documented inspection and closeout. Every project will track safety and emergency indicators such as restored heat, eliminated roof leaks, corrected electrical hazards, and completed accessibility modification. This is a responsible use of taxpayer dollars because it is cheaper to stabilize a home now than to pay for the fallout later. When a home fails, the public cost does not disappear, it simply shifts. It shifts into emergency shelters, health complications, code enforcement, utility crisis, and neighborhood decline. Healthy Homes is a prevention measure. It protects residents and it protects the public purse. This is also home ownership protection strategy. When we help longtime residents keep their homes safe and habitable, we slow displacement. We took block stability. We support property values. We keep grandparents in their place. We keep children in stable school patterns. We keep neighborhoods from losing one more family because they could not afford a roof, furnace, or plumbing.
Well, thank you very much. Rep. Cavett.
Thank you, Reverend. I see the food. You didn't get a chance to talk about the food side of this a little bit. That's the next one. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Oh,
They told me to keep it separate.
Rep. Robinson.
Thank you for your Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Again, I'm a big fan when you itemize the need. But my first question is, I don't know much about the Healthy Homes and Home Ownership Stabilization Project, and I just looked it up a little bit. I'm not looking for you to go into that, but who owns the property right now?
So the properties, the homeowners own the property.
Okay, so they own their individual units.
Yes.
Okay, and so how did your organization get involved with this particular set of housing? Can you
Because
talk a little bit about that?
What we did it more or less like was a community revitalization effort where we were doing healthy energy upgrades, repairs and stuff for existing homeowners in the community. We're doing a small housing development where we're building 18 new homes. We've purchased some of the properties in the area where we need to do some renovations so that we could put people in housing.
Thank you for your hard work, and thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for being here. How do you determine what families are helped with this program?
So the pattern that we've used in the past, we look at families' income, and generally they have to have some kind of hardship. But generally, we try to do families between 60 and 120 AMI.
Okay. And then have you sought other sources of funding for this program?
We have. We actually utilized some funding that we received from the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. We've utilized some funding that we received from the Mishta My Hope program, and we've had some impact.
Okay. And so if you were successful in getting this grant, then how would you pay for the program going forward? So this would be like a one-time grant. What would you do going forward to secure funds to continue your program?
We would seek other investment through some of the local foundations, and we're looking for people to pay it forward.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you.
All right, don't gotta go.
And I guess you're still here.
Yep. So the third LDSI our office will be testifying for is also for the Washington Heights United Methodist Church and Community. It will be in the amount of $350,000 for their winter food stability program. The purpose of this project is to increase winter food stability by strengthening the WHUMC's cold storage and distribution so families and seniors can access reliable support during the seasonal surges. The use of the funds would be for food purchases, cold storage equipment, and other items which are included within the budget provided to the committee. This will provide a public benefit by providing needed food and supplies when many are at their most vulnerable with our state's harsh winters. With that, I will turn it back to Dr. French.
Again, we're known as the Hub of Hope. We have been addressing food insecurities since the pandemic. We tried to provide hot, healthy meals to families and residents. We provided food items. We provided PPEs during the pandemic. But we got to the point where we need to upgrade some of the things that we have, like shelving. So we'll be able to make sure that the food doesn't spoil. And we're just trying to address some of those things.
Very good. Any questions from members? Rep. Robinson.
Thanks again. Oh, I'm sorry, Rob.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Could you talk to me a little, because I know these things must be expensive, but could you talk to me about how much of that money is going to go for the commercial freezers and refrigeration? And I guess my next question is, if this is approved, how much of an upgrade as far as the amount of food would that provide? Like as far as time frame, if you could talk a little bit about that. Thank you.
So We will be ready to implement this immediately. Procurement, storage, and distribution equipment, updates, inventory, procedures, and training of the volunteers. That's the first month that we're looking to utilize the funds for. $150,000 will go towards purchasing of the food. We want to use $60,000 for the cold storage equipment. That's the refrigerators, and the freezers, the refrigerators, and installment of items so where we'll be able to prepare the food and to serve it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, my questions are kind of along the line of the other project. So have you sought other funds for this? Oh, did Rep Cabot has it. Okay, well. we'll
Go
just-
ahead, Madam Chair.
Okay. Sorry, I forgot to
Yeah,
call on
it's
you.
okay.
Okay, other sources of funds? Have you sought other sources of funds for this project?
We have sought other sources of funding. We have secured some funding in the past where we were able to do the hood suppression unit. And we're also looking at trying to get some funds for the solar panels
Okay.
to go over the cooling area.
Okay, very good. Rep Cabot?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about the confusion on all this. I just was curious. Our church has a food program, and I appreciate you reaching out to the hungry. But how many will this help you have more people that you can reach to, or just going to have a better quality, ensure that this program is instituted for a longer period of time, going into way into the future?
Both.
Okay.
I think it'll give us a broader reach, but also I think it'll help us better serve the people that we currently serve.
You don't serve any food on site. This is all delivery or for pickup.
We do both.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, Rep Frisbee has one more, the Haven of Rest Ministries. Welcome.
Alrighty. The final LDSI our office will be testifying on behalf of is for $600,000 for the Haven of Rest Ministries men's and women's life recovery programs, which provide comprehensive recovery services for formerly homeless individuals struggling with substance use disorder and mental health conditions. These programs deliver a significant public benefit by reducing chronic homelessness, improving public safety, and decreasing reliance on both emergency services and government programs. They do incredible work for our community, and I am joined today with Amanda Collins, who is the program coordinator for the Women's Life Recovery Program, who will speak further on the project and answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here representing the Haven of Rest. The Haven is the Calhoun County's emergency homeless shelter, and we've been serving the community since 1956. That's 70 years of meeting people where they are in the hardest moments of their lives and helping them find stability and hope again. Alongside our emergency shelter, we also operate the two programs, the Men and Women's Life Recovery Programs. These are intensive 12-month recovery programs designed for some of the most vulnerable men and women in our community. These programs aren't just about helping someone stop using drugs or alcohol. They're about helping people rebuild their lives and work on the deeper emotional wounds and life experience that caused them to use in the first place. The length and intensity of these programs are really what makes them so effective. 12 months gives people what they need to rebuild their lives, develop healthy coping skills, and create a foundation that can actually last when they return to the community. Our men's program has been operating since 1999 and our women's program since 2013. The women's program is especially unique because mothers can bring their children with them while they're in recovery. That means that women don't have to choose between getting the help they need and being with their children. We also specialize in supporting pregnant women in recovery, and some of the most beautiful moments we experience are when babies are born to the women in our program happy and healthy, free from addiction. Those are moments that none of us forget. Combined, these two programs serve between 80 and 100 men and women every year and cost just over $1 million to operate annually. But programs like this don't just restore lives, they also help us reduce the long-term costs associated with addictions, such as homelessness, incarceration, and emergency medical care. Recently, both programs achieved a major milestone. They were accredited for 3 years by the National Accrediting Agency, CARF. That accreditation reflects the quality of the services being provided and the commitment of our staff to meeting national standards of care. Our programs are staffed by licensed therapists, trained recovery coaches, who walk alongside participants every step of the way. What they do every day is nothing short of life-changing. We see people come in broken, homeless, and struggling, and over time we watch the light return to their eyes. We watch them rebuild their lives, reconnect with their families, and become productive members of the community again. And honestly, sometimes it feels like we're witnessing miracles. I'd also like to share something personal because this program isn't just something I work for, it's something that changed my life. I struggled with addiction for almost 20 years. I couldn't see a way out of that cycle for a long time. 4 years ago, I completed this very program myself. Committing to a year-long program gave me the time, support, and tools I needed to rebuild my life. Today, I am proud to say I'm over 4 years in recovery. I have rebuilt relationships with my children, bought a car, and even in the process of buying a home. I am a certified recovery coach, enrolled in college, and I now have the honor and privilege of serving as the coordinator of the same program that saved my life. Every day I get to walk alongside women who are where I once was and get to watch them discover that recovery and a new life are possible for them too. That's why these programs matter so much. They don't just help people get sober, they give people a chance to rebuild their lives, their families, and their futures. The funding we are requesting will help us strengthen and modernize these programs. Specifically, it will help us improve our clinical supervision and continue developing our professional staff so that we can reach the next level of service delivery. Our long-term goal is to achieve Medicaid accreditation. Reaching that status will allow us to access sustainable reimbursement, which will help ensure these programs can continue serving people for many years to come. We are also actively pursuing additional funding opportunities through federal sources such as HUD and SAMHSA, particularly around the transitional housing initiatives. At the state and local level, we are exploring opportunities through our PIHP and opioid settlement grant programs as well. But this is, the support we are discussing here today is a critical step in helping us build the infrastructure necessary to reach those next stages. As I mentioned earlier, these programs are unique, they are successful, and they are producing real results. In fact, they could serve as a model that could be replicated across the state of Michigan, especially for recovery programs that allow mothers and children to stay together while healing. We know that recovery changes lives, it strengthens families, and it ultimately strengthens communities. I am living proof of what happens when someone is given the time, the structure, and support to recover. I hope we can continue giving as many men and women the same chance. Thank you for your time.
Wow, that was perfect. Thank you. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentations. I got two questions. First off, for this $600,000, where will the money go? Is it for training, for staff, or are there other expenditures? Could you talk on that? And the second question is, aren't there grant programs for this? Could you talk a little bit about that as well?
Yes, so the funding would be for our clinical supervision. It'd be help to develop our professional teams. There's some trainings that we need. We're looking to get ASAM accredited, so there's some training that the staff would need to get up to par for that. We're also looking into the federal funding for the HUD and SAMHSA grants.
Thank you.
Rep. Cavett.
More of a comment. Thank you for your presentation. Thanks, Madam Chair. I heard you mention that you're a peer recovery coach. Congratulations on that. I'm working on another program that's I'm training peer recovery coaches, so thank you.
Thank you.
So my question just goes to sustainability. So you get this money from the state. What would you do going forward? This is like a one-time grant from the state.
Yeah, so we're just looking for the short-term funding, and then we're looking to get Medicaid reimbursement to continue.
Well, very good. Thank you for coming
Thank
in
you.
today.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. All right, next up, we have Rep. Nyer with McLaren Central.
We're ahead of schedule.
Yeah. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Committee. I come before you today to voice my support for $102,000 and $600 grant for legislative LDSI request. The spending for McLaren Central Michigan Sexual Assault Examination Program is an essential part of one of our lead programs in sexual assault in our area. This program serves 9 counties in total, as well as the Central Michigan Chippewa tribe, and makes it the premier sexual assault nursing program in our area. Receiving this funding will enable the program to continue serving the region and making care available 24/7 for the whole area. Now I'd like to turn it over to Rose Schufelt from McLaren, Central Michigan, who helps run the program and is also a longtime friend. Go ahead, Rose.
Thank you, Jerry. Good afternoon. Sexual assault nurse examiners, or SANE nurses, are registered nurses who have received specialized training to provide comprehensive care to individuals who have experienced sexual assaults. SANEs provide medical care, forensic examinations, emotional support, and evidence collection. We also refer to patient to advocacy agencies for counseling. We participate in community education. We can give testimony in court, either as a fact or expert witness. There are very few SANE programs north of Lansing. We represent a region that includes patients from both Isabella, Clare, Gratiot, Midland, Mecosta, Gladwin, Osceola, and Montcalm counties, plus Central Michigan University students. Since October 1st of 2023 until today, we have cared for over 96 patients aged 13 years and older who presented with a sexual assault. This may seem like a low number, but compared to urban areas, in rural Michigan, it is a significant amount. We are also home to the second largest tribal reservation in Michigan. We have a close relationship with the Saginaw Chippewa tribe and are culturally sensitive to their needs, as we are all our patients. There are approximately 175 certified SANE nurses in the state. Most of those SANE nurses are in 22 of the 83 counties. We are proud of the fact that McLaren, Central Michigan, our SANE team, has 3 out of 4 with certifications so far. It is our hope that you will continue to fund this much needed program in this rural area for this region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. So just to be clear, if you're not appropriated this money, will that disband this? Will it disband? I mean, or
Yeah.
how will you continue to pay for it if you're not appropriated the funds?
We wouldn't be able to afford to continue this program.
Yeah, finding funding and grants to run this program has proven difficult. This is, I believe, either the 3rd or 4th year that we've requested funding there to try and keep this going. It's just Senator Hulk received funding for it last year, but it still continues to be one of those areas that we're finding difficulty in our region to get regular and adequate funding for.
Okay, any other questions? I just have a question. Are you related to the McLaren Health System, the McLaren hospitals or anything? Is that,
Yes, it's
okay.
part of the
Yeah,
system.
part of that. Okay. Are they funding that in any way or contributing to the program?
They are supplementing some of the payroll. Yes.
Okay. All right. Very good. I think my other questions were answered. So thank you so much. Appreciate you guys being here today. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rose.
Thank you, Jerry.
Look at that. Right on time. Okay, Rep. Nyer, you're up again with the Gratiot County Historical and Genealogical Society.
Yeah. Thank you again. Yes, we're requesting $500,000 for the Almy Wright House Restoration Project in Elma. Mr. Wright has been considered to be a longtime founding father, of Elma, and his numerous investments into the town's infrastructure into the late 1800s paved the way for growth and prosperity for the region that still benefits the city today. Mr. Wright's best known accomplishments includes the founding of Alma Sugar Company in 1899, as well as establishing providing the ground or donating 30 acres, what would later become Alma College. Over the years, the Wright House has served many purposes in the region. Primarily in 1934, the house was purchased to become what would become the Alma Hospital, which included, that Alma Hospital included a surgical unit and nursery. Over the course of the 21-year period that it served as a hospital, over 7,000 babies were born in that hospital. So it was a large active part of the community during that time period. It also served as the founding location of Northwood Institute, which would later move to Alma. Given the Wright House's long-standing history in the community, and it serves as a working, we hope to convert this into a working historical facility to help continue to enrich the traditions in the community of Alma. When this project is well underway, when it's completed, it will also serve not only as a museum and to showcase Alma and the Wright House and the Wright family, but it'll also serve as an educational program location for young and old alike, as well as serving as a community venue where it will do everything from historical events to fostering educational and cultural programs. The Wright House project when this is accomplished, will also serve as a hub of educational community, gathering space, and anchor for tourism in the Central Michigan area. With that, I'll open it up to questions. This program is well underway, but we're in need of trying to get some funding to help finish off the work to complete it and bring it to its true end.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Rep. Cavett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Rep. Nair. Couple questions, if I may. Is it located on the campus?
Actually, no, it's located in the downtown area, a few blocks from campus there, just a block off the main drag. The building itself had fallen in disrepair for several years, probably closer to a decade. And just this past year, they secured enough funding there where they were able to literally put a new roof on the facility, do some restoration on the outside on the stonework, as well as they're in the process of replacing most of the windows in it, and one window being sort of like the front picture of it there, which is a very detailed stained glass window.
So that kind of answers my second question. It's not open to the public right now.
Not at the moment, no. The intentions is to move it into for public service again as a community hub.
Have there been studies on how many people this would attract, and are they going to charge money to visit the facility?
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm Gray. I work for Representative Nair. Thank you for having us. Yeah, we can surely get that information from the program coordinator and send it to all of your offices. So I'm sure they've done their research, but we just haven't covered that yet in the process of doing this. So
thank you.
Yep. But some of the money, there will be fees charged when you rent space in there. Some of the money or some of the activities will be public events where there will be no fees charged, but people will be able to rent space in there and use the facility for various events.
Thank you, Rep.
Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Thank you for your presentation. First off, I see that this project's already garnered about $100,000 in local and state funding. So a couple questions. First off, if it's not appropriated, it's still a lot of lifting, $500,000. How will you go about getting that? And if it is funded, is this sustainable?
Yeah. Currently, actually, they've raised over $1 million for the project, and most of that money has gone into securing the exterior and making sure that's weatherproof. This funding would, and there are also well over $100,000 that they've raised so far to finish the interior work, which basically is electrical to ventilation to drywall, everything that still needs to be done on the inside there. They are actively seeking private funds and other grants to help fund this. And any amount that we can secure would be greatly appreciated to help get it to that end.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, they have $402,910 in total grants that they're waiting to hear back from, on if those applications will be approved for getting that money, so.
Okay, that's great. I was just gonna ask if the 500,000 was part of a match, but it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you just have the money
No.
coming in, so that's
Yeah.
great.
We continue, their group is very active. They're pulling all the strings that they can find. And we're finding out that Elma has had a bigger impact because there's people coming in from other areas that have been highly supportive in helping us get this going.
Yeah, that's great. That's always helpful to have outside sources helping as well, so. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys
Thank
coming
you.
in
Thank you.
on a Monday. Next up, we have Rep. Outman with I Am a Kid's Third Meal.
Thank you, Chair Jenkins-Arno and committee members. My name is Jacob Boyer. I'm Rep. Outman's Legislative Director. Appreciate the opportunity to testify on this spending request on behalf of I'm a Kid's Third Meal, a nonprofit that delivers meals to children in Ionia and Montcalm County. In Ionia County, 1 in 5 children are food insecure, and in Montcalm, it's 1 in 4. I'm a Kid's Third Meal meals are prepared by volunteers, delivered to schools in the afternoon, and then distributed to the students before they are dismissed for the day. Each meal is a well-balanced, ready-to-eat evening meal. This $500,000 appropriation would help them secure a dedicated home base. Establishing a permanent location will allow them to efficiently run their operations for many years to come. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to 2 of their board members, Amy Herbruck of Herbruck's Poultry Ranch and Ryan Wilson of the Ionia County Economic Alliance, both of which should be on Zoom.
Go ahead whenever you're ready. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Ryan Wilson with the Iron County Economic Alliance. I'm a board member with I Am Kids Third Meal. Amy hopefully will be joining us shortly. Just wanted to say thank you so much for having us today. Unfortunately, our executive director, Deb Wagner, had a medical emergency and couldn't be with us. And actually, I think Amy will be hopping on here shortly. There she is. And so I'd like to turn it over to Amy Herbruck. She can introduce herself, and she has a written statement that she can say.
Okay, sorry about that. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Welcome.
Good. I was jumping on and I wasn't quite ready for it, getting off another call.
We're a little ahead of schedule, so sorry about that.
Yeah, well, that's always good. That's always good news. So I'm gonna read Deb's statement. So good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amy Herbruck, and I serve as a board member for the Michigan Center for 21st Century Teaching and Learning and the I Am Kids Third Meal Program, which serves children in Ionia and Montcalm counties. In our region, childhood insecurity affects nearly 1 in 5 children. Many of these students receive school breakfast and lunch, but when the school day ends, access often ends as well. For many families, the evening meal is the most uncertain meal of the day. I Am Kids Third Meal was created to fill that gap. Each day, our volunteers prepare and distribute hundreds of ready-to-eat evening meals through our partnerships with local schools so children can take a meal home at the end of the day. One school partner recently shared that a student quietly told a teacher they were saving half of their lunch so that they would have something to eat later that night. Stories like this remind us that the need is real and is present in our communities. Demand for the program continues to grow as more schools, as more schools ask to participate. However, our current facility limits our ability to safely store food, expand meal production, and meet those requests. The one-time capital appropriation we are requesting will allow us to secure and equip a facility capable of supporting expanded meal production and long-term sustainability. With this investment, we can ensure that more children in our communities will have access to the food they need to learn, grow, and succeed. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Michigan's children.
Thank you so much.
That was written by Deb, our executive director.
Okay.
Thank you, Amy. And if I may, just a few more points here. We were founded in 2014. As Amy mentioned, it's all about after school evening meals to food insecure children. We have 850 meals approximately prepared per school day, which is more than 150,000 meals served annually. And we operate every school day, Monday through Friday, providing a reliable nutrition safety net. And our current school partners are Ionia Public, Belding Area Schools, Saranac Community Schools, Portland Public, Central Montcalm Public Schools, and Family Life Center. And we would love to have your support on the future of this program and all of the amazing plans that we have to expand this program throughout Ionia-Macomb County.
Thank you very much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Just a couple of questions. Of the $500,000 that you're asking appropriations, how much will this go for a facility? Because it's kind of a broad number. Do you have a facility specified and found? And then how much will actually go for the food? Could you talk on that a little bit? Thank you.
Yes, so this request, so we do currently rent space in a facility in Belding, and this request is specifically for us to secure a permanent owned facility for IM Kids. So the plan for this appropriation would be for all of it to go to a new facility.
So my next question would be, if it is appropriated, how will you sustain that moving forward?
So we're very fortunate that we have local donors to support our day-to-day operations. And Deb Wagner, our executive director, has been very successful in applying for grants to help support our day-to-day activities. One of the biggest struggles in sustaining this program is the facility and not having a permanent space for our day-to-day operations and all the things that we are experiencing. And so we're, again, very fortunate to have local donors to help support us, and then writing grants multiple times a year to help sustain our day-to-day operations.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, so I was just curious, do you already have a property in mind, or are you still searching for a place to move to?
So we have identified multiple different properties, whether they are existing empty buildings and or vacant properties. We have spoken to landowners and or building owners about possibly purchasing or having them donate to the program. Obviously, not having the funding secured and not wanting to take out any loans, that is kind of the stage that we are at as far as trying to secure actual land, property, or building.
Okay, so would this 500,000 go to purchase and renovate, or would it just be for the purchase of it, or?
Again, we have identified multiple different sites. Some of them are vacant lots where we would build. We do have a couple that are existing buildings that we would purchase from the property owner, and fortunately, the current ones that are already have buildings, we wouldn't have to renovate much at all. They're already what we need.
Okay, yeah, that would be helpful, wouldn't it? So, all right. Well, thank you very much. I think that's all the questions we have today. Appreciate you being here.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
All right. Next up, we have Rep. Van Workum with Tri-Cities Family YMCA. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman Jenkins Arno and the esteemed members of the Leo Subcommittee and the work you're doing for this committee. The first project I have today is the Tri-Cities Family YMCA. With me is Greg Coyle, the CEO, who lives, breathes the YMCA in my district each and every day. This is not a new project to the committee. We have sought funding before. In fact, we have received money in the past, and in some negotiations, they didn't get the full amount of money that was anticipated a couple years back. And so we've been before this committee trying to get the dollars to finish a very much needed upgrade to the facility that has been ongoing. And Mr. Coyle will give you those details.
Great. Thank you, Rep. Van Workum. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Appreciate your time today. As the rep said, I am Greg Coyle. I am the CEO of the Tri-Cities Family YMCA. The Tri-Cities here is serving Grand Haven, Spring Lake, and Ferrysburg and surrounding communities in Northwest Ottawa County. Thanks for the opportunity to share the impact of what our $2.1 million request would be. Briefly, the Tri-Cities Family YMCA touches over 10,000 people annually in the Tri-Cities, including 144 kids who are in our preschool and child care every day at the Y. In addition to that, 3,000 kids a year are learning teamwork in our camps, youth sports leagues, and lessons. 2,000 kids reduce their risk of drowning through swim lessons and safety around water training. Over 22,000 young people receive free meals and snacks served every day at our YMCA. And most recently, our partnership with Ottawa County Community Mental Health has offered memberships to primary targeted groups, including substance use disorder, developmental disabilities, and folks with mental illness. And over 1,000 seniors stay active every day at the Y. We consider the Y the community center of the Tri-Cities. Our $2.1 million request is a part of a $10 million capital project, which you see in the information before you. We have been working at this for a number of years. Fortunately, we're approaching that $8 million mark, which is great, but we have room to go in terms of completing all of our fundraising. Modernizing this 50-year-old plus building, which literally was in disrepair just 7 years ago when I arrived, is a primary cause. It had had neglect of over 25 years, and we are trying to repair it, bring it back to its vibrant state to be able to serve generations to come. I'll answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I have a couple questions. First off, I want to specifically, it says you service 10,000 individuals. I'm a big fan of the Y. I mean, to me, they're the most consistent outreach program the state has to offer. So to that point, I want to ask you, what kind of outreach, because I see you offer child care and preschool, youth sports, and that kind of thing. Talk about your outreach, and then the second question has to do with the actual funding. What kind of infrastructure improvements and upgrades will you conduct with this appropriation?
Sure. When I say we're literally the community center, we are the community center in the Tri-Cities. So our 10,000 lives includes over 5,000 folks who are receiving membership benefits through the Y, probably another 3,000 that are receiving programs, not membership benefits and access, but programs through our Y. And then we support a number of major events throughout the year. A community service impact event, and then we do 2 big community races. One shortly at the end of May around Labor Day, kick off to summer, and then the Coast Guard Festival in Grand Haven. We also sponsor a very large race event. And then the second part of the question is, as a 50-year-old building that had 25 years of deferred maintenance, everything from roofs to mechanical systems. We were still working on, I say we were because just recently the boiler, the Johnston boiler, which had been in the building, heating our building for over 50 years, was just getting replaced recently. But the infrastructure was in disrepair and neglect. So we are literally modernizing the facility, kind of bringing it up to what we see as the best use for today and today's programs, most notably including our expansion for childcare and preschool. So that's been a big part of our why since probably the last 32 years.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I could touch base on that, I've been working on this project for multiple years. There was a grand scale project. Then there was kind of a reduced project where they felt like they could go. It's been one of the largest fundraising that the Tri-Cities has ever seen, so they've really tapped that donor base. And we've had some federal dollars, we've had some state dollars, but unfortunately, when we thought we had enough for the state dollars, it got divvied up into different pots that wasn't all able to go to the Y. So we've been trying for a couple years now to get that finishing so we can finish that project.
Rep. Cavett.
Okay, 2 questions, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. I see the 7.9, 2.1 gets you the 10 million. How soon can you start? And was this building originally a Y, or is it something you retrofit to adapt?
Sure, I'll take your latter. We were actually given a small plot of property through the city of Grand Haven for approximately $1,000 in 1975. So we had a small portion in a recreation area kind of parceled out for us. So the building originally was built in 1975 and opened in 1976. The first part of your question was,
If you receive the funding, how soon are you getting ready?
so because we've been working at this for many years, and this is a true public-private partnership. You know, we have public funds in terms of our previous state grants, a federal grant, but many private donors, you know, almost matching everything that we've received in public funding. So the project, because we needed to get moving because of other funding sources, actually began last summer. So the project is well underway. We are past what I guess could be considered a shovel-ready project. So we are expecting to have the project fully or substantially complete this summer.
That's pretty good that you already got it started.
Let's keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah,
Joan.
that's right. So just wanted to make sure that the money will all go towards construction and not towards programming or anything like that.
This is all a capital investment, this request, always has been, and our whole 10 million is for infrastructure and capital investment.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Appreciate your
being
time,
here.
everyone.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, let me get my list here. Rep. Van Workum is up again with Access Health.
Hiking gone awry.
There may or may not have been a helicopter involved.
Well, now they're going to want to hear that story, not the LDSI request, you know.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Next one today is Muskegon Access Health. Again, this is one that we've testified on behalf of before. This is a long-standing program that really is innovative in actually keeping healthcare costs low for people that don't qualify for Medicaid but are working. It kind of gives that uplift for people and a lot of the small businesses in West Michigan, and they're looking to do some expansion. We're unsuccessful last year in getting some funding, but a long tradition of receiving some state funding once federal dollars were no longer available with some reforms that were happening at the Fed level. But the state really provides that tri-share and that missing piece to make sure that this is going on and helps a lot of families and the community. So with that, I have Samantha Cornell, of the CEO of Access Health.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak today, and specifically Representative Van Workum for your ongoing incredible support of Access Health and the people that we serve. My name is Samantha Cornell. I serve as the Chief Operating Officer for Access Health. We are a 26-year-old nonprofit based in Muskegon, Michigan. I am here today to request a $1.3 million state investment to sustain and expand this proven Michigan model that delivers affordable health coverage, supports working families and small businesses, and reduces public costs. Our anchor program, Access C3 Health, provides affordable health coverage to small businesses and workers through a multi-share model where workers and employers each contribute $82 a month alongside public investment. The plan provides comprehensive coverage with no deductibles and very low copays so working Michiganders can afford to actually access health care. Over the past 26 years, we have served 60,000 individuals and 2,000 small businesses across Muskegon, Ottawa, Oceana, and Kent counties. Our outcomes prove that it is possible to control healthcare costs while improving health outcomes and economic stability. The materials that you provided, you'll see some charts and some diagrams. We're always happy to provide more, but it provides detail on the model, benefit design, cost stability, ROI, as well as the businesses currently participating. As the cost comparison shows, you'll see a line chart. The clinical cost in the Access Health model have remained incredibly stable for 26 years. That's that proof that we can do it that we're talking about. While cost in comparable small Midwest employer plans have continued to rise exponentially. That data has been affirmed by a state-funded actuarial analysis of our plan. The model serves workers earning between 134 and 350% of the federal poverty level, those who earn too much for Medicaid, but yet cannot afford to truly access care through commercial insurance. Without Access Health, many face two choices. They either have to go uninsured or limit their work hours so they can remain eligible for public benefits. That's that gap that we fill. Access Health provides folks the opportunity to move from public assistance into stable employment without losing access to health care. Within our model, though, we do more than just pay medical bills. Nurses, community health workers, behavioral health coaches provide personal support to help people manage their health and remain stable at work. That person-centered support helps people learn to address issues before they become crises and helps businesses retain workers who would otherwise cycle in and out of stability or instability, right? And we know that instability has some really high costs. Today, the state spends about $783 per person each year through programs like Healthy Michigan and SNAP, that's those administrative fees. However, under the Access Health model, a state investment of $264 a person produces $519 in net annual savings per individual. Looking at early expansion levels, that represents about $1.4 million in annual net savings for the state across Muskegon, Kent, and Ottawa counties. It has broader economic impact as well. If 2,700 workers earn just $2 more an hour, this generates $11 million in additional wages each year. These are measurable results. Workers and businesses have already saved over $112 million in premiums and deductibles. Now, this third share that Representative Van Workum spoke of was historically supported in part by DISH funding, which was eliminated during the implementation of the ACA. Since then, the state has helped support the public share, while local partners filled remaining gaps through reserves and grant funding, but these community resources now are nearly depleted. Without renewed public investment, we will not only not be able to expand, we will not be able to maintain current operations, continue workforce partnerships, or support small businesses and workers who rely on this program, which is increasingly more and more necessary. Our impact extends beyond those enrolled in the program. By coordinating healthcare, social care services, and community partners, we help communities use existing resources more efficiently, strengthen the local safety net, and improve outcomes in communities. This $1.3 million request would provide infrastructure to expand this mission-driven model that has already delivered 26 years of results. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So obviously, this is just it's tried and true. You're just to expand it in these 5 counties. For whatever reason, if you're not appropriated the money, is it just not going to go to those counties, or could you talk about a plan B?
We always try to have a plan B. It is, I will say, we've exhausted plan B, C, D, and E. It's been a challenging time. We recently, within the past few years, had some NIH funding that would have supported the expansion as policy changed. That's just not the direction that NIH has gone, but that was going to be 10 years of sustainable funding. Without this funding, we will not be able to expand, and the current program will be significantly at risk. We're at the end of being able to stabilize it without public contributions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cavett.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned on shared regional infrastructure, and you talked about coordination, measurement, and continuous improvement. Could you speak to that a little bit about what that entails?
Absolutely. So, we believe that everything we do needs to have measured outcomes, but also that there's a lot of resources in communities that can be harnessed, and working together, we can provide more outcomes. So we right now do a lot of work in close partnership with the department, with MDHHS, also in partnership with Leo, particularly through our partnerships with Michigan Works. We do a lot of work to provide that alignment and to help give people shared tools so that we can communicate across sectors in our community, and also that we can measure shared outcomes, because right now there's a lot of silos that people are navigating. So we're trying to break those silos, both for people and for community.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my question just is, just wondering, this seems like a gap, so it's like filling a gap where people it's a bridge to be able to get to be self-sustaining. So how many people have actually moved out of your program into like a self-sustaining insurance coverage that they are able to cover themselves, or, through an employer?
That's an excellent question that is tough to measure.
I actually,
this is Miranda, our program manager.
I've been running the plan now for several years now, and I've been with the organization for 17 years. We've only been tracking that particular metric and over the past 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
I know the Medicaid number, but I don't have that off the top of my head, and I do apologize. I can get that for you and send it to your offices, though, later today or tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Great.
You can follow up. Additionally, I want to flag that we are working with the Upjohn Institute for Employment Research, I was going to say economic, to really increase our ability to be able to measure and show those outcomes. So we're working with them to deploy their Barrett model, which will give us some more measurable outcomes.
Okay, great. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much. Okay, we have Rep. Van Workum. For his next project is Mosaic Counseling.
Right.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, today we have Mosaic Counseling, another one that the committee has heard from in the past. They have received some state dollars. They received state dollars last time. It was within the Medicaid behavioral health budget, but has received some Leo dollars prior to that. But does some outstanding work in West Michigan in connecting counselors and professionals to those that are needing to talk to somebody. They're having a mental health event, and really they go out above and beyond to go and find the counselors and the people they need to talk to help them work through what they're going through. So they have been working and expanding to different parts of the state, but are well known in Ottawa County and Kent and Muskegon County, and are here to talk about their program and what they are looking to do. So with me, I have Sarah Lewakowski, the Executive Director of Mosaic.
Thank you very much, Rep. Van Workum, for that introduction and all of your support. Good morning or afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. As Rep. Van Workum shared, I'm Sarah Lewakowski. I've been the Executive Director. It's my 22nd year, and really am honored to have this opportunity to share more. You might know Stephanie Simas. She is now our Director of Strategic Initiatives at Mosaic. So Mosaic is a nonprofit founded nearly 50 years ago, 1978 in Grand Haven. We provide accessible and affordable professional counseling to residents of Ottawa and Kent counties, regardless of insurance status, of any age, any presenting issue, that is mild to moderate, which is essentially everyone that does not fit into severe and persistent, such as schizophrenia. Mosaic utilizes a model that is not found anywhere else in Michigan. The model is unique because we panel therapists, which currently consist of nearly 300 professional therapists that are in private practice. They make up our therapist panel. They see clients with insurance and lower their rates to Mosaic to $70 for clients that are uninsured or underinsured, which is a high deductible. Our panel sees clients in person in teletherapy, and members are thoroughly vetted on our panel, the therapists, and they are invited to join our panel. Not all of them are invited to join our panel. We have West Michiganders back, and we have never, nor will we ever, turn anyone away or put them on a wait list for any financial reason. We accept fully insured clients. We refer them at a much faster rate than they would on their own. And for those that are uninsured or underinsured that need that sliding scale, we work with them to determine an affordable rate, something that they can afford as low as $6 per session. We make up then for people who have insurance, we make up the rate, or I'm sorry, for uninsured, we make up that rate then from the lowest deductible or lowest copay up to the $70 that the therapist then lower that rate to. Our numbers speak for themselves. The average sessions that a new patient normally goes to after they've been referred to counseling is just maybe 1 or 2 sessions. Maybe they leave because they don't feel a rapport with the therapist, or maybe a financial reason comes up. But at Mosaic, we see our clients on an average of 12 sessions. That is our uninsured or underinsured clients. And Mosaic really has changed the way that mental health services are delivered by focusing on that accessibility and availability. In fact, having accessible and affordable professional counseling, it reduces the burden on education, courts, basic needs, and health care. In a county the size of Ottawa County, that saves in a year from those burdens $18 to $34 million a year. That's just Ottawa County. An investment in Mosaic directly benefits not only the well-being of Michiganders, but the economy and strength of the state. So in closing, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about supporting Mosaic's growth and model to help more Michiganders so they're able to receive professional counseling. I'm grateful for the time and support from many of your colleagues, which has led to currently 10 bipartisan letters of co-sponsorship, including sponsorships from Rep. Van Workum, and thank you for that ongoing support. We're so grateful and look forward to continuing our life-changing and life-saving services in Ottawa and Kent County and expanding to Muskegon County to help those in need with a $1 million allocation. I welcome conversations from any committee member. If you would like more information, you also have a folder that has more information, and any questions that you have, I would be very happy to answer.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the information here. Rep. Cavett.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. I see some of your counseling sessions are free, and you provide that for so many people every year. Just curious, how many free sessions do you offer?
So our lowest copay, we will say, when we're doing an intake, it's $6 or volunteer work. So most people will choose the $6, but if that is a barrier, then we will just offer volunteer work maybe at a nonprofit, a church maybe in their area. We do also provide free counseling, which is not part of this allocation actually, for our school outreach program. We're in 38 schools across Ottawa and Kent counties, or our therapists go into the schools and provide counseling that's free for students who have financial and transportation barriers.
And just to follow up on that real quick, so when we say free for the schools, we pay for half of it, and each school pays for the other half. But it's free for the student.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the work that you do. A couple questions. First off, in your ask, that you talk about serving the mild to moderate mental health needs. Could you define that a little bit more? And the second question I have is, as far as your suicide prevention training, how many people does this program help annually? If you could talk on that, please, as well. Thank you.
Sure. The mild to moderate. So in a county, I'm just going to use again Ottawa County as a example. Severe and persistent is schizophrenia. It's severe mental health disorders that are persistent, that last over perhaps a lifetime. Really, everyone else is mild to moderate. So depression, anxiety disorders, eating disorders, anything else that is not severe and persistent, but also when we say everyone else, because at any time someone may want to seek counseling for grief or relationship counseling. And so that other, and severe and persistent right now in Ottawa County is about 17%. So that other population, that's who comes to Mosaic every day. You want to say something? The suicide prevention training, we have to date in the last 7 years, we've trained over 12,000 people, half of those teenagers right at the school. And it's called QPR, Question, Persuade, Refer. And we can train approximately, that would be approximately 1,500 or so, up to 2,000 people per year.
And just to follow up on that, Rep, real quick, so with the suicide prevention training, which Sarah just mentioned the numbers, we have learned that the second leading death of children is suicide, so more important than ever to make sure we were reaching those kiddos where they're at. And then also, one thing that when y'all know, have changed my life around a little bit, but in my former capacity with working with Mosaic, when I was in a meeting with them, I was shocked to learn that if someone is suicidal and cause CMH, that they do not fit the severe to persistent, because although severe, it's not persistent. So even if someone is suicidal and seeking immediate need, they come to us. And they don't have a place to go. So that missing middle, that catch net, that's really the mild to moderate. If you think of the safety net, that's what we're doing.
I think now more than ever, it just seems that in the time we live in, mental health is such a serious issue. But I wanted to ask real quick one more question. Could you talk about, do you have specific programs for veterans? And could you talk about how many veterans you service every year?
We provide the same services to veterans as well. Something really important to us is having therapists on our panel that are veterans, because that makes an immediate difference. That on average of 12 sessions, that matching for anyone who comes in is imperative. And so for a veteran to be able to say, we're going to send you to a veteran immediately, it just helps. It's almost immediate trust.
And with that, Rep, we actually were able to testify last year in Rep Smaltz's Families and Veterans Committee, and we have some great stats in a slide, so I'd be happy to send that to you too. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I was just, so the $1 million, is that allowing you to expand to another county? Is that what you said? Okay.
It is. It's expanding the increased need, or take caring of the increased need. As Stephanie knows, just in the last several weeks, the number of intakes for some of those weeks has doubled from the weeks before. So the need is great. Other mental health agencies refer to us. and because we don't turn anyone away, and then also including now Muskegon County.
Okay. And then how many more people will you serve, do you think, with this new expansion? Estimation.
While you ponder that number, if I may just clarify real quick, Madam Chair. So I just want to clarify the $1 million, that is to maintain our services in Ottawa and Kent. It's not just for the expansion for Muskegon. So that is to service mild to moderate needs for 3 counties is the $1 million allocation.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate you guys being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Rep. Carter, you want to come on up? You'll be our next, not our next contestant, but you'll be our next, you'll be our next presenter.
Hey, I'm doing great. One of your fellow veterans here. Well, good afternoon, and Madam Chair and Committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today about Take One Community Services. I am pleased to speak in support of my LDSI requesting $1.5 million for Take One Community Program. As a lawmaker that represents Pontiac, I've seen firsthand the importance of safe, structured opportunities for our young people outside of school hours. Take One Community Program provides mentorship, tutoring, and youth engagement activities to help keep students connected to education and positive role models. As we all know, poverty and homelessness exist in every corner of Michigan. Of particular concern is youth homelessness. That's why I am so proud to be joined by Johannes Bowles, CEO of Take One Community Program, and Margaret Hall, the Development Director. I will now turn things over to Mr. Bowles to discuss this much-needed proposal, and that will supply 50 beds for our homeless youth in Oakland County. Mr. Bowles.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Johannes Bowles. I'm the CEO of the Take One Community Program located in Pontiac, but we do work throughout the metropolitan Detroit area. And I would like to come to you regarding getting assistance with our renovation of our building for opening up a homeless teen shelter and also in a unconclusive, just a one-stop shop so they can get their needs so they won't be thriving, they won't be surviving, they'll be thriving. Because as you know, when youth is left unaddressed, or youth homeless is left unaddressed, it leads to higher health care crisis and increased justice system involvement. Law force participation and greater reliance on social services supporting these projects is a form of prevention that protects young people and from exploitation, violence, substance abuse, misuse, and mental health crisis. Safe housing and supportive services provide the stability necessary for young people to focus on education and employment, allow them to continue their thrive instead of surviving. This is the appropriate use of taxpayer money and will produce measurable outcomes and address a documented public need. Homelessness is a viable, measurable issue with clear impacts on public system. It supports programs with proven effectiveness and evidence-based models like Housing First, rapid rehousing, and supportive housing have strong track records in reducing homelessness. Benefits of the communities as a whole, and even residents who never use the services benefit from the safer neighborhood and reduce injury and reduce emergency costs and stronger local economics for the community and keep kids off the street. One of the things we have now, not just in Pontiac, but a little bit everywhere, is all economics and all economics avenues and environment is we have a lot of kids that's out here on the streets with nowhere to go, and when they don't have nowhere to go, they tend to get into things. But right now, what we were trying to renovate this building so we have somewhere for them to go, somewhere that can be productive and get off the street and get something going on.
Thank you very much. Questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. It's good to see you. I have a couple. Well, I'll start with my first question. I want to talk a little shop. Now, first one's about what you do. The second one's about the appropriation. First one is, how and where do you find these homeless folks? And I'm sure they don't have a home, so they're not easily findable, if you will. Is that even a word, findable? But the second thing is, are there people falling through the cracks? How many are we not reaching? Could you talk on that?
Well, we got, as far as them find them, they find me. All right, I started this program as a AmeriCorps Vista 1998, started out after school program. So I'm working with kids now who used to be kids. I'm working with their kids. So the kids find me. They find me. I work we say I'm known from the streets to the suites. And so we losing a lot of kids through the cracks. And I go around a lot of times. I feed through our community partner with Forgotten Harvest. I feed them. We ride around. We got community partner with Forgotten Harvest, Gleaners, and I go around and like yesterday I had a young kid working with me. I had to go to Sam's Club, pick up food, and he's back at his father's house. But as far as on the numbers is hard to go. Last year, we had over 300 people. Now the homeless is down to about 184 in the community. But this year, a lot of shelters had opened up. And we have community partners like Operation Homefront by me and Vietnam Veteran. We have a veteran program. I don't know if you're familiar with it. But we get school supplies and a lot of different things for kids, for veterans' kids. So as we go forward, helping the kids, we help them with different needs, book bags and different things. And my development director here, Miss Hall, she does a lot of different stuff. She's a former educator, as me too. But you would like to share with something?
Thank you, first of all, the opportunity to come this
Hit the button so we can hear you, please.
Sorry.
Hit the red button.
There you go.
I'm sorry. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to come before you this afternoon and to hear what we are talking about. As a development director for Take One, housing non-homeless has become a primary, I would say, goal for us to achieve, because we do get a lot of children who just find Mr. Bowles. And we do that because of his reputation as well as his community partners, where we get calls every day, can you help this family, can you help this child? Some of the children, as he says, have basically aged out of the house, or aged out of foster care, or aged out of so many things. They have nowhere to go. So our organization is wraparound with helping with careers, with helping with deciding, what do I want to do with my life? What am I supposed to do today? I have nothing to do. So we actually give them skills. We basically supply opportunities for them to work during the summer when school is out, so that they have something to look forward to, make them feel like, hey, when I get out of school, I'll have something to do with my life other than just walk the streets. So one thing this organization gives is hope and sustainability. And sustainability is what I think all of them deserve as youth. They need to know that one day, after I'm done with being a child, I'll have some direction in my life so I can be a responsible citizen here in the community. So I think this program does that, but the housing that we're doing for the homeless people is really key, and that our kids today should not have to worry about this. One of the growing numbers of unhoused children is in education, and it does count even education. I'm telling you, as an educator and a school board member, that children come to school every day that are sometimes not in a house that night before. They go from maybe a family member to a friend, maybe they're staying in an apartment building or a shelter, but it is a growing concern, and I think that it is something that we can solve.
Thank you. And then real quick about the appropriation, if you are appropriated, that what will the money actually be spent on? If you could talk about that, please.
First of all, roof. Renovating the building. It's
15,000 square foot building, and we have 4 acres. So most of it will go on the building. Really, it's just a drop in the bucket. But we have a surrounding area. As we fix the building, we have a place for a green space. So they have somewhere to go, and you can do everything on the grounds. Far as when it comes back to far as farming, I do a lot of stuff with sustainability. One of my community partners is MSU, and I recruit young people for agriculture. I have a son right up the street now. But we want to do not just at the building. We want to teach them skills on a lot of different things as far as being self-sustained, having your careers instead of a job, and do a one-stop shop. Our community partners with Forgotten Harvest and OSHA, who helps with foster care with children, is willing to step in and to help assist us. We have a relationship with the court systems where we have kids that have different problems that have to do community service and different things. So as I said before, I started this program in Lakeside Homes, which was a past project in Pontiac, Michigan. And as it grown, I have formed a relationship with kids through our Grow Detroit Young Talent program. And so the kids have nowhere to go. And a lot of time we have kids just where, even though the building's not inhabitable right now, but they still come up there and we have the little basketball thing and different stuff. But you know where they're at. You know, if we have kids there, you know where they're at. They're not in the streets. So it would be basically used for the building. There's none around for the kids. Nothing far as when it comes to team homeless shelter at all.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'd like to make a comment on that, if you don't mind. I've been working with Mr. Bowles for about 2 decades now. I first met him, and what he does is he goes way out and beyond and on his own time to make sure these young people, they know that they can come to him. They trust him. You talk about the homeless population. I formed the Poverty and Homelessness Caucus here when I first came into the legislature, because I realized we have a crisis situation not only in Pontiac but it's statewide. And when you find organizations like Take One that on their time to divert our children from the criminal justice system, give them an opportunity to go to college, be involved, be a successful person in the community instead of a threat. You want to support initiatives like that. And I've seen this in action, and I really support it wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay. So, Rep. Carter, did you say the 50 beds? It's going to be about 50 beds?
Yeah, and
Okay.
see, here's the beautiful thing about it. I think Rep. Robinson asked a key question. How do the kids know? See, when you work with homeless people all the time, not just kids, entire families, they know, they trust you when you can reach out to them and you don't exploit them. You actually help them. So they actually do come to us. They come to me. And I just love it. I'll do anything I can to help them.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Point out, you can't work with the kids without doing the wraparound of the family. So we kind of do that too. When we've addressed a lot of the needs of the kids and the family too. And so I know this would be a good, what I'm doing, I do this all the time. So a lot of time, when a lot of people sleep or whatever, I'm still out in the community, dropping off food or lunches through the summertime, feeding the young kids and making sure they got coats and everything else. Because a lot of time they get put out for talking smart, and they don't have nowhere to go.
That's the worst thing. They have nowhere to go.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the work you do.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys being here today.
For your time.
Thank you so much.
Have a good afternoon.
All right.
You have any more questions?
Appreciate it. I think we're done. Thank
Okay,
you so
thank you.
much. Appreciate it.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Rep. Devendorf is up next with Ingham County.
Don't worry, we won't be here all day.
Thanks for being here.
We read the
Oh,
directions.
Got a big group here. Nice.
Thank you, Chair, for having us here today. It really does truly mean a lot to us. We have a big group here today because this project has been up and running for a while, and this community is very invested in it. So we will have one person primarily offering testimony about the project, but we have several of our stakeholders here to answer questions as they come up. Today we have Dr. Paul Elam, Marlon Beard, Police Chief Robert Backus, and Amanda Darchie, I believe. Okay. I may have butchered the name. So we have put in a request, an LDSI request for Advanced Peace, which is a large-scale community-based violence prevention and interruption program. It is strongly supported by the community and numerous agency partners, including public health. We have our public health officials here, law enforcement, prosecutors, the U.S. Attorney General's office, the city, county governments of Lansing and Ingham. And I'm going to pass this off to the folks who actually run the program and do this good work on the ground. And you would just hit the red button.
Thank you, Representative Devendorf, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to come share a little bit about the partnership that exists here in Ingham County called Advanced Peace. My name is Dr. Paul Elam, and I serve as Chief Strategy Officer of the Michigan Public Health Institute. We call it MPHI. I hold degrees in criminal justice, urban studies, family and child ecology, all from Michigan State, and my professional work is focused on the intersection of public health, community safety, and evidence-informed violence prevention. As was mentioned, we have a partnership here in Ingham County that responded to a public health threat that we began to experience as a community during the COVID years, and that threat is called gun violence. We don't believe that gun violence is just a criminal justice issue, but it's also documented as a public health crisis. In 2024, the United States Surgeon General issued a national advisory stating that firearm violence is a public health crisis in America, and unfortunately, we began to experience that in our own community. That advisory highlighted that firearms are now the leading cause of death for children and adolescents in the United States, and that young black men face some of the highest rates of firearm homicide in the nation. This is not isolated to Lansing, but Lansing came together to do what it could do to address the increases in gun violence that we were seeing. Between 2019 and 2021, Lansing experienced a significant surge in gun violence. During that period, the Lansing Police Department reported that total shootings increased from 57 incidents, shootings that resulted in victims, I should say, from 57 to 108 in 2021. We nearly doubled in just 2 years. And that spike reinforced the need for new prevention strategies to be focused on interrupting cycles of retaliation and gun violence in our community. So in response to that, the partnership that you see at this table was created. The Michigan Public Health Institute partnered with the Ingham County Health Department, the City of Lansing, and Advanced Peace to implement the Advanced Peace Lansing Peacemaker Fellowship. MPHI was asked to lead that, and I was given the assignment to establish a team to do that work. The leaders of that team are sitting here, Dan Bogan and Marlon Beard. They supervise the day-to-day operation in Lansing that we launched. It launched October 1st, 2022, and we are now recognized as one of 15 sites throughout the country that actually have implemented this particular strategy. What we can say is, as a result of the partnership, we are now reaching active firearm offenders who have been evading law enforcement and have not really been connected with any health and human services system in our community. These are some of the most violent individuals who cost taxpayers dollars daily based on decisions that they make. Every time a bullet goes into a body, it costs about $700,000 to taxpayers in response. Every time someone's murdered, that number jumps up above $1 million in response costs. And so the centralized strategy of what we do is we identify individuals, recruit them to join an 18-month Peacemaker Fellowship, and we assign a neighborhood change agent to connect with that individual daily, 3 times a day for 18 months, and engage them in what we call evidence-based practices and touch points that have been borne out by the research literature to actually change attitudes, thinking, and behavior. Since we launched this initiative, we have engaged close to 70 individuals in Ingham County who meet these criteria, and our third-party evaluation from UC Berkeley and Michigan State University say that we're actually reducing gun violence in our community, and we're also changing the decisions and behaviors of our participants. Based on that research, Lansing has experienced a 23% reduction in total shootings citywide. Fatal shootings have declined by 45%, and non-fatal shootings by 18%. Our initial target was in the southwest side of Lansing, and so when you look at just that sector in the community, we've seen a 42% reduction overall in both fatal and non-fatal shootings. Besides the numbers, we engage daily with our fellows, and our fellows tell us that their thinking has changed based on their involvement in weekly life skills training, cognitive behavioral therapy sessions, mentorship, conflict mediation, and they believe that their outlook is brighter than it was when we connected them with a neighborhood change agent. 95% of our fellows remain alive. Less than 25% of them have been incarcerated for new violent offenses since they've joined the fellowship. And because our change agents were present when a lot of conflicts occurred, we believe we've stopped 50 incidents that would have occurred that would have led to a gun being pulled and another actual fatal or non-fatal incident occurring. Based on national research, we believe that saved taxpayers $55 to $80 million in costs that would have occurred had that gun been pulled. And so we're happy to answer any questions. We're thankful for the partnership with the city and the county, and we will continue to do this work with the resources that we actually have been able to raise. We do have a packet here if anybody's interested to share more detail about that work.
Okay, thank you. We would like the packet of information. Rep. Cabot.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. Thanks, Rep, for bringing them in here today. Where do you find curriculum like that to give to these people? Is it developed somewhere? Do you develop your own curriculum, or is it tested somewhere else prior? Or if you could just speak to that a little bit. I'm just curious on what kind of information you get to talk them off the ledge. My word, excuse me, but.
No problem, Representative. I'll hit it and let Dan and the team respond in details. One of the great things about using an evidence-based approach means that it's already been tried in another jurisdiction. And so this work began in Richmond, California, under the leadership of Devone Bogan, who ran the first Office of Neighborhood Safety in the country. And based on work that was being done in Richmond and piloted for over 10 years, Advanced Peace was launched after that and became a new model for communities to consider. By the time that model came to Lansing, it had already been implemented in 12 communities throughout the country. And so we take the lessons learned from Advanced Peace and bring it here. Their staff are in trainings monthly with staff from all over the country, as well as Advanced Peace National, to create standard operating procedures, to create curriculum, to look at the research evidence, and we actually train our staff on that and make sure that there's high levels of fidelity to make sure that we align with those particular models. So in short, it comes from Advanced Peace National, which is doing this work throughout the country and is being evaluated by the University of California, Berkeley.
Thank you very much.
Rep. Van Workum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you, I guess, give us a little more background? I think you referred to as change agents, the people that are doing the 3 points a day. What is kind of their background? Is it a training program? Are you hiring social workers, or what's the typical background for that?
We'll let Marlon.
And then how many people does one serve? Is it a one-on-one or multiple clients?
Hi,
My name is Marlon Beard. I'm the Assistant Strategy Manager to the Strategy Manager, Dan Bogan, all the way to the left. A neighborhood change agent. They are developed and hired accordingly to each person's lived experience. We call them credible messengers because these are people that have had similar experiences in their past, and they're able to connect with the young people that are at the center of gun violence, and they're someone that these young men and women trust. So they're able to penetrate a little further where law enforcement might not be able to get to certain individuals unless they arrest them. We can get to them based on the fact that they trust us. And what was their other question?
What's kind of the ratio of agent to how many clients, or however you classify them as?
Each neighborhood change agent usually doesn't have more than 5 fellows. These are people that, the fellows are people that they interact with daily. So we don't like to overload them because they have to be there for them, whether it be they need help getting into school. They need someone to take them to get a license, or someone to go to court with them. We also make sure they make it to see their probation officers if they have them. Everything that they go through, basically, we stand in the gap between the school system, the law enforcement, and their parents. We stand in that gap where these people leave off. Whatever they're missing, we try to be there for them.
Yeah, I see this as kind of classified as a DHHS, public health type grant. I'm curious, is this more of a jail diversion type program? You mentioned education. Why do you see it kind of in that DHHS space?
This is life-saving and life-changing work. It's really more like saving their lives, or saving someone else's life that they could actually take if we don't help them to, as Paul said, change their mind, their way of thinking, change the behaviors that have developed in them over the trauma that they've experienced. Most of them have experienced trauma, abuse, neglect, these things that have taken their lives to this turn to violence. We don't just wake up one day and become violent. These are things that develop over time and negative experiences that we go through.
If I could add to it, Rep, the formal term for this strategy is called community violence intervention, and what we have learned is that as a part of our criminal justice ecosystem in the community, we have a court system, we have law enforcement, which are probably more secondary and tertiary interventions that we can deploy to address the early onset of problematic behavior, youth violence, youth crime, and delinquency. But we really need more primary prevention efforts in our community, and oftentimes they're not present. And so what Marlon is sharing is that we need things to help our youth develop positively. And many of the young men and women we've encountered who have chosen to pick up weapons, there's a common story that they didn't have positive youth development experiences. They didn't have mentoring, they didn't have education, they didn't have many of the things that probably most kids who ended up doing very well gotten. So this is an intentional effort to get them those resources and change the trajectory, because we know what they're doing without this type of intervention. And so it's a new strategy. We're doing the research and evaluation to document its effectiveness. And one of the reasons we picked this particular strategy, there are multiple CVI strategies, is because it's been replicated multiple times, and we continue to see the same outcomes in every community that has been implemented, now 15 communities throughout the country.
Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. And I know how much work goes into this, and so I want to thank you for your work. As someone who, as a reporter, covered the 2003 Benton Harbor riots, I've seen how, as a state, because at the time there was very little communication between local authorities and outreach programs, and I'm a firm believer these outreach programs are so imperative to bringing crimes down, and your numbers don't lie. I have two questions. First off, obviously you're working with local police. Is this something that would be covered, that you could get money for from the Public Safety and Violence Prevention Trust program that we put in this year's budget? And then the second question is, if you are appropriated this money, what will the money be spent on specifically? Thank you.
The chief could speak to what the police department can apply for. We don't necessarily partner with the police department because of what Marlon mentioned. We're aware that we both are needed in the community, and we have a professional working agreement that when gun violence occurs in our community, the mayor wants both of us to respond. And so our team responds, police respond, and we respect each other. But we want to make sure that the folks who are involved in the violence in the community know that we're not police.
Right.
So
Well, no, the money was spent, it goes to local authorities, but it's not to keep the lights on. It's specifically for programs like this. So I don't even know if you were even aware of it, but this is something you might want to look into. But then, if you could, please answer the question of where the money would go if you're appropriated, please. Thank you.
I think the county could probably speak to where we have raised over $10 million in federal, state, and local dollars. So we've been very supported by pretty much every level of government, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, our request is for $2 million over the course of 2 years. I anticipate that the bulk of that money would go to support staffing. So as Dr. Elam was saying, our change agents are connecting with fellows at least 3 times a day. Sometimes it's more. And as you know, gun violence doesn't typically happen between 8 and 5 p.m. Things are happening sometimes late hours of the evening, early hours of the morning, and folks from Advanced Peace are out there, responding and supporting fellows and trying to stop violence from occurring.
Yeah, because some of you folks look a little bit. I just want to be clear. I just want to make sure I understand it clear. There's the what we put in the budget. It sends $72 million to local units for public safety, crime reduction, $40 million to county sheriff's offices for violent crime, and $1.5 million for victim compensation. So, regardless of whether you're appropriated this funds or not, I would definitely encourage you to look into that. See if you're if that's something you can work with local law enforcement, because I think those dollars will go a long way.
Thank you, Representative.
If I may for a second, thank you for bringing that up, and I definitely will look at the compatibility of these types of programs with that funding. As was stated, the funding supplements the work that law enforcement does, supplements and complements the work that law enforcement does. So generally, it's funded directly to the Michigan Public Health Institute and the county work and the folks who are doing it in those partnerships in order to accomplish this.
Sometimes, I'll just, for the record, nonprofits might not be eligible to apply, so we want to look at the details of the application. And when we haven't been able to apply, our governmental partners have stepped right up to the plate, and they apply, and we partner and try to draw those funds down.
Again, thank you for the work you do. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. I think all my questions are answered. You guys had a good presentation today. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Rep. Martin with Families and Children Together. Okay, we will do a break after this presentation. We'll let you know when this presentation is over, how long it'll be. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. This has been on my docket for a little bit. It's something that helps families learn skills to be in relationships, also learn some financial skills so that they can be more productive. And I'll let Bridget speak to it so I don't mess anything up.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Bridget McCoy. I'm with Families and Children Together, or FACT. We are a nonprofit organization that's serving families in Genesee and Saginaw counties. Just want to share just a little bit with about FACT and what we bring. It's a model of family support and connection that's designed to prevent crisis by removing barriers, coordinating services effectively, and following through with families. Our goal is to help families remain together without the need for more expensive and intrusive government intervention in their lives, such as juvenile justice and child welfare. FACT is a common sense approach that builds on what Michigan families do best: support each other. First and foremost, we promote self-sufficiency and resilience and create opportunities for our families to learn and grow together. We have formed strong networks of community partners in Genesee and Saginaw counties. These networks come together in a coordinated way to help meet critical needs. Saginaw Valley State University evaluates our work to ensure we have our intended results, and we know that this is an effective model, as evidenced by our long-term research with them. Secondly, with many great organizations and agencies provide important services within their domains, we're not competing with their funding, we're complementing it. FACT is the only group that coordinates community providers. FACT's coordination allows us all to make a collective impact greater than what any of us can do individually. We don't wait for bad things to happen to families before offering support. We get ahead of the curve. Our neighborhood hubs in Saginaw and Flint are safe places where families can connect. And in 2025, we positively impacted over 10,000 individuals through caregiver dinners, concrete supports, community events, and resource coordination. We strengthen reading skills, support school success, and help navigate educational systems to strengthen the current and future workforce. Our mobile unit goes into communities weekly to bring resources directly to families. Thirdly, we're working in counties with the highest rates of infant mortality and poverty. Families here need the coordination, assistance, and sense of community that FACT brings. Without us, no one fills those gaps. And lastly, we're seeking funding to sustain and expand our community support. Without our appropriation, it is more difficult to sustain full current operations or expand into nearby rural communities where equally compelling needs are ever present. It is a cost savings by investing in community support that will decrease reliance on higher and more expensive services. We appreciate your interest and sincerely ask for your financial support in allowing this work to continue.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Rep. Martis has a question. Rep. Martis?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Martin, for sponsoring this, and thank you, of course, for being here. I was just curious. Your program has helped so many folks. I'm just curious if there was one or two stories of young people that you've helped over the years that really has stayed with you.
Oh, absolutely. I can share one of the more current stories that we had. A family had a chronic infestation problem that was causing the children to be taken in and out of school. It had been occurring off and on over the last 10 years. There were multiple CPS interventions, and someone had reached out to us and said, "We need your help." So we were able to coordinate some additional services that were out county to help them with that infestation problem, to include volunteers to help out with cleaning their home. And the children have now been back in school for almost 2 months now and not had to be sent home. So it's by following up with that family, going the extra mile, and working with them to be able to get their needs met, and then have that continuous follow-up to make sure that there aren't any issues down the line is really, really important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions? No? Okay, so just curious if, for whatever reason, you weren't able to get the grant funding, how would that affect your program?
So much like what we're doing right now is we're continuously applying for grants, foundation support, both private and public, and looking at some long-term interventions with some of our more national foundation providers.
And so sustainability, you would just continue to seek those funds, like even if you were successful in getting the funds after a year, you would be able to continue your programming kind of the way you are currently?
Yeah, absolutely. And what we're also looking to do is expand into those more rural counties such as Tuscola and possibly Bay County. So we have met with the county commissioners in Tuscola County. We have support of one of the private agencies that's in Tuscola, looking to meet with the judge next and wanting to bring that hub concept into Tuscola County where resources are more scarce, but then creates that safe space for families to come to if we need to bring multiple organizations in to help that family.
Well, thank you very much. I think we have our questions answered, so thank you so much for coming in today.
Thank you for your time.
Uh-huh. All right, we are going to take a short break. Let's see, I think we're set to have the next group in at 3:06, so if you can take a quick break and come back and we'll start again at 3:06. Again, Rep. Tate is here with Empowerment Plan. Thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I have with me Veronica Scott, who's a founder and CEO of the Empowerment Plan. I'm here to express my strong support for the Empowerment Plan, a Michigan-based nonprofit which is one of the most effective data-driven models to address homelessness in our state and beyond. I'm urging your consideration of an additional $1 million in funding to support the continued expansion of their life-changing fellowship program. And with that, I will turn it over to Veronica.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Arno Jenkins and committee members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with all of you today. So I am Veronica Scott, the founder and CEO of the Empowerment Plan based in Detroit, where we employ individuals that are either currently experiencing or have a history or high risk of homelessness, and we employ them for 2 years. And while they're employed with us, they are manufacturing a coat that turns into a sleeping bag that we give out globally to those in need. And at the same time, while they're with us, they're spending roughly 60% of their paid work week dedicated to coat production, but the remainder of the 40% of that paid time is all about wraparound services. So they is devoted to really on-site programming, resource navigation, and all these barriers to employment before they move on to other jobs in the community. We employ predominantly women with children. The actual number of individuals we serve has increased dramatically because the household size has increased dramatically as well. So it used to be about 2 kids per child for every 1 person we employed. Now it is 4 children per individual we hire. And across Michigan, about 31,000 people are currently experiencing homelessness in Michigan. That number has gone up, and it's really increasing across the states. In northern Michigan, only 2 permanent year-round homeless shelters serve 10 counties. And more people are experiencing homelessness in the northwest corner of Michigan as affordable housing has become harder to find. And what we've seen is a 56% increase in homelessness in that part of Michigan alone, just from 2021 to 2022. And even now, we've seen jumps in homelessness in the Upper Peninsula, up by actually 47%, up by 31% in the Detroit area, and 21% in West Michigan. So the need for what we're doing has never been greater. We have thousands on a waiting list for the coats that we make, and we are also getting constant requests from our shelter partners, all of these different great agencies that we hire from, to employ more and more people. So we have a wait list for jobs as well. So really trying to continue to grow to serve Michiganders that are in need of this employment opportunity. So every dollar that you guys have awarded us has been fully spent and deployed directly into wages and support for people we serve. No funds have sat idle. Funding has gone straight to payroll, benefits, and wraparound services for the individuals working every day to rebuild their lives. We need continued and expanded investment now more than we ever have before. You know, over the past 2 years, state funding has allowed us to revamp our workforce program into a structured 2-year fellowship that was addressed before, designed to address barriers to employment and expand our reach across the state. We have almost doubled the number of people we serve since receiving state funding. So that is directly because of the state support. 85% of our fellows have employment the day they graduate Empowerment Plan, and 90% of them are still stably housed a year beyond our program. So seeing that 90% success rate is a huge part of why we keep doing this and the data that we really look at constantly. And graduates are approximately making $17.50 an hour plus benefits. And so the reach across the state has also grown. We have impacted almost 15,000 people across 21 counties across the state of Michigan. Like I said, there's a lot of increased need in counties that may not have shelters or may not have the infrastructure, so they have been requesting more and more coats from us. Actually, the number of requests between, I think we work with about 80 different organizations across the state for deploying our coats. Most of those requests have doubled since last year alone. And so I can list and I can happily share a map with you guys of all of the different organizations and also all the different counties we work in. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, if you have the information, we'd love to have it. So
happy to share.
Rep. Cavett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Speaker, for testifying here today. You and I have spoke previously, I believe, on this. A couple questions. Do you have the patent on that? Did you guys develop that?
Yeah, I have a provisional patent on it. It's hard with garments. It's hard with clothing because you can change one tiny thing. But we have definitely had the provisional patent for years, and that's really what we're known for. Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned their salaries and where this money goes. Is 100% of this go to the homeless person, or do you guys have administrative costs and things that come out?
We have the normal amount, like admin costs that have to come out. Really, that's for predominantly the programmatic staff that works with them. So case manager, resource manager, and career advancement manager, as well as the production support and production management team. So actually our production support team, so the people that manage inventory, quality, logistics, are all graduates of our program that are full-time employed with us now. So those are the individuals that really predominantly what this continued support would go to. And we're going to be serving about 60 fellows this year and producing around 11,000 coats.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Tate, and thank you, Veronica.
Yes,
Okay,
you got it. Good. Think Elvis Costello.
Yeah, we have met before, and I remember when you left, I was impressed on how not just efficient you were, but just to hear your story, but also on top of that, taking people that you've helped in the past and turning them to employees. I mean, it's really a template. Other organizations could learn from what you guys are doing. And so, again, I was very thankful that you were open about where you're going to spend this money if you're appropriated. But I want to talk more about the homelessness. I just want to find out where we are, because you throw 31,000 homeless. How is that number come upon, and are we missing people? Because it is hard to find homeless people. Could you talk about that aspect of how you get involved and where you get these numbers?
It's really interesting. So I pulled those numbers from, through HUD and looking at the data that's been put out for the Coalition Against Homelessness. And so it's really interesting that the numbers that we're seeing, those are the counted numbers. And I really feel like the numbers are not fully covering the actual need. So those are the counted. I've been a part of PIT counts, which is the point in time count. The last one occurred in January. So you go out and you're just approaching strangers on the street. Do you have a place to sleep tonight? And if they choose to respond to you, you answer a series of questions, and then they can be counted. So when you look at how we count, we're not allowed to go into abandoned buildings. We're not supposed to go and approach vehicles. Depending on the city, a lot of people are missed. So when you think about rural homelessness that has gone up so dramatically across the state, those are individuals sleeping in their cars. Those are people that are either sleeping in their vehicles or rough sleeping in the woods. Those individuals are very hard to find. So these numbers, that means we're actually seeing a much larger growth than I think what is actually represented in the data. And what's really hard is that between counties, we work with so many counties, which has been fantastic and an amazing part of how we've grown to work with different, like Oakland County and Wayne County, Washtenaw. But those barrier lines between counties and between cities, people just fall off because they'll be tracked by one system, but they're not being communicated with in the other. And so you see a lot of people that will kind of disappear for a little while, then pop back up somewhere else. Even if they're just crossing the street, they're not being registered from one to the other. So when we look at that data, what we've seen is a massive increase since COVID that has not tapered off. We've been around 16 years now. As an organization, we've seen the kind of the rise and the fall of numbers. And it is really devastating to see that the spike that we experienced in COVID has not dropped off.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thanks. I know you've been in my office as well, and I love your story. So, and I believe you're writing a book, aren't you?
Yes, yes, I am. Thank you.
So, anyway, good things happening there. So I was just wondering, again, I think you said this, but just to let me know again, how many people go through your program and become self-sufficient?
So 90%, so let's say this next year we're serving 60 through our fellowship. The 90% of those individuals are stable beyond a year outside of us and still stably housed.
That's great.
And even if they don't, that 85%, that's the day they leave empowerment plan that they have a job. Most people may not have it the day, that 15%, but they'll have it within a week or a few days. But we really want to be there. They also get support from us for at least a year out too. They're able to call and talk to our case managers, talk to our social workers, and that's the best part of our partnership with kind of the agencies that hire from us, is that they still have access to us. We're not just kind of pushing them out and saying, all right, you're on your own now.
Yeah, that's great. So then you have employers that are watching to pick up your people as they're finishing the program?
Yeah, we have, surprisingly, most of our graduates go into healthcare, which is interesting. So medical billing, pharmaceutical tech, phlebotomy. We have a member of our board who's a graduate that is working in Henry Ford Health System's dialysis centers. So it is really interesting, but healthcare has been actually a good growth area for the individuals we serve. So from being unemployed or chronically unemployed and in the shelter to now working in the healthcare field has been pretty incredible to see.
That's great. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Speaker Tate is up again. I may butcher this, but it's the Capuchin? Is that how you say it? Soup kitchen?
Depends which neighborhood in Detroit.
I'm not sure how to say it. I'm not from Detroit, so that's where
Capuchin
my
or
problem
Capuchin?
is. Okay, okay, very good. Well, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will turn it over to Brother Gary and his team, but just the funding request that we're looking at is the construction of a new mixed-use facility for the Capuchin Soup Kitchen's rope program. And I know Brother Gary and his team will get into it, but the institution, the Soup Kitchen, has been opening its doors to those that in need for over a century. Now, if I have the numbers right. But with that, I will turn it over to Brother Gary and Jake.
Thank you, Representative Tate. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Brother Gary Wagner. I'm a Capuchin friar, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Capuchin Soup Kitchen. And with me is Brother Tin Din, our Assistant Executive Director, as well as Jacob Winder, who is our Manager of Grants and Community Partnerships. And we're grateful to be here with you today. The Capuchin Soup Kitchen has been a staple in Detroit since the Great Depression. The doors of the monastery opened in 1884, and men would come looking for a sandwich. When the stock market crashed, that trickle became a flood on October 31st, 1929. 4 days later, on November 2nd, we opened our doors with 400 men wrapped around the corner, and we've never closed them since. What was originally providing soup and sandwiches to Detroiters, it's grown into really a hub for the underprivileged. Last year we served over 240,000 meals at our 2 meal sites. We distributed about 3 million pounds of food from our food pantry, as well as provided clothing. And we harvested 5,000 pounds of organic produce from our certified organic urban farm, which its hoop house doesn't have a roof right now because of the winds on Saturday night. We have several different ministries to assist our guests in Detroit. I'm here to talk about our bakehouse, which is part of our ROPE program, or Reaching Our Potential Every Day. It's a program that houses, feeds, supports, and employs up to 8 men at a time who have completed a alcohol or drug rehabilitation program, who've been often either recently released from jail or prison, or in the course of their addiction have been in jail or prison, and to try and reintegrate them into society. Many of our residents who have been incarcerated, therefore, have no savings, no housing options, few job prospects due to their long periods of addiction, and significant gaps. Resumes that obviously, well, where have you been working for the past 2 years, or whatever, is kind of a blank slate. As a member of the ROPE program, we kind of help them fill that in, as well as get the job skills that they need. The men who we accept into the program are expected to go to 3 AA or NA meetings a week, as well as other input that we have. They learn a new skill by working in our bakery at least 25 hours a week. They're employees of the soup kitchen when they're working in the bakery, and so by doing that, they're building up income. We expect them to save about 2/3 of that. So when they complete the program, they have the possibility of moving out, moving on, and with some stability. Really, the recovery and preparation for their futures is our highest priority. We try to help them so they can find housing, et cetera, after they complete the program. While some of them can go into baking, it's not so much the skills of baking as it's the wider job skills. Often these are men who have not worked or have not worked for a very long time, and so it's the idea of showing up. We start them gently by working in the morning, maybe at 8 o'clock, and then eventually, as the time goes on, they get the 3 a.m. shift. But that's also building skills that it's 3 a.m. who wants to get up at that hour to go to work, but by then they're able and willing to do so. The program will be 20 years old this year, and we want to ensure its longevity, and that's why we are requesting $6 million for the construction of a new bakehouse. It'll have a commercial kitchen and other training areas on the first floor. It'll have a small retail space where some of the men then can get some of those retail skills even before we would have them at the stage in the program where they would work in our cafe bakery. 2 4-bedroom residential units on the second floor. This is really a one-time request, as the program is privately funded through various foundations and private donors. We've never utilized state funds before. We're eager to work with you as we strive to meet the needs of the most vulnerable. And thank you for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you so much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, and hats off to you, Rep. Tate. This is a very detailed explanation, so all my questions were answered, but one is not here. What is your specialty? Is it blueberry? Is it cherry?
Well, I like chocolate chip.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Cookies and good breads and good breads.
So I was, it looks like you have the property already located. You own the property where you're going to build?
It'll be right across. Right now, we rent a space in an old bank that's been refitted to be the bakehouse. So you can imagine it's a lot of rubbing of shoulders. It's also got some structural problems, and we don't own it. If who we rent from decide they want to move on from us, we have to look elsewhere. And so this will be ours. It'll be designed to be a workspace. We're also in some discussions with other organizations to have a community kitchen area where we can teach also baking skills in the neighborhood, more for not commercial but for private.
Right, right. So you own the property
We own the
actually?
property.
Okay, you own the property, so it's just a matter of building it and that sort of thing.
Yes.
Would any administrative costs be included in the 6 million?
This is strictly for the building process.
Okay, very good. Not the equipment or anything like that.
There would be some equipment within it, but
Okay.
we're also trying to raise funds. A lot of the money that we're raising, sometimes it's, we need an oven.
Right.
Would you help us?
It's hard to be a baker without an oven.
Right. And sometimes people are interested in donating to that sort of thing.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys coming in and being here today.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for your longevity as well. That's an amazing story.
Thank
Yeah.
you. 3 years and will be our centennial.
Ooh, that's great. All right.
Bribe for a blueberry pie, but I don't think I should say that publicly.
Okay, Speaker Tate is up again with Communities First.
Well, thank you again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Today I have with me Joel Arnold, Planning and Advocacy Manager for Communities First, looking at support for the historic renovation and new construction of an equitable mixed-use development in Detroit's Island View neighborhood. This is a partnership between Boulevard Harambe and the Church of Messiah Housing Corporation that is an area that will deliver over 50 new housing units. And with that, I will turn it over to Joel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Chair, and the full committee. Appreciate your time here today. The project we're here today to discuss is a new real estate development and a historic restoration of a building at 130 East Grand Boulevard in Detroit. If any of you know, right when you come off the bridge at Belle Isle to go on to Jefferson, we're just across Jefferson on Grand there. And the site today is actually home of a derelict and abandoned historic structure, but that's falling in on itself and a bunch of other vacant property that the neighborhood put some work into a while ago to develop a neighborhood plan of priority areas and things they wanted to address. And one of them was eliminating blight, and another one was developing housing that could be accessed by people of a wide range of incomes. And so working with the city of Detroit and other partners, we've been working on this development that right now is just titled 130 East Grand. But we see it as really trying to address an issue. More than half of Michigan renters are what we call rent burdened, meaning they spend more than 30% of their income just on rent. And more than a quarter are spending more than half of their income on rent. And so this project we're asking here today is really last money in. So we've done great projects and partnerships with other funders. But what this project will deliver is 54 new units of housing, including 17 units of what's called permanent supportive housing, which is explicitly for those who are either formerly homeless or at high risk of experiencing homelessness to get them to stable housing. It also includes market rate housing, housing for moderate income folks, really the idea of trying to reject sort of past development strategies of really isolating poverty, but instead create mixed income communities. And on that housing side, we're working with Church of the Messiah Housing Corporation, who's been doing work in the neighborhood for many decades. And then this development also includes about 3,000 square feet of commercial space, working in partnership with a group called Boulevard Harambe, which tries to develop entrepreneurship and small business opportunities for folks in the east side of Detroit. So a lot of this is new construction, but the piece that I know that the speaker referenced was the Frederick Chain Mansion, which is a historic structure that's been falling in on itself for a long time. And so we're seeking to restore that as a piece of this development, sort of a creative way to preserve that while also adding new housing to the neighborhood. And just kind of in closing, I want to note that, at Communities First, we've been around since 2010, and we've built more than about 400 units of housing here in the state of Michigan. Very experienced with spending state and federal and local dollars wisely and efficiently. And we really think that these 54 units, there's no one project that solves the housing crisis or one sort of initiative. But we think this one is another step in that direction to make sure that folks can afford, a lot of folks to live in a neighborhood they grew up in, but are maybe getting priced out of. And also at the same time as we're adding more housing, we're also preserving historic structures, eliminating blighted properties from our communities. And all in all, it's a large investment that we think will make a big impact. So I appreciate your thoughtful consideration of our work, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. A couple things. First off, who owns the land now?
So right now it's owned by the city of Detroit. So we
Okay.
applied through an RFP.
Okay, and then obviously, where will that money be spent, and how much is the total project expected to cost?
Yeah, so we're thinking total project expenses of around 26, 27 million, depending on where supplies come in. And most of that, almost all that money is going to be spent on, contractor payments, materials, hard construction. We're actually deferring our developer fee on this project to make it finance out, which means that rather than getting paid sort of in this phase of construction, we're just going to have to recoup that over time, just to make sure this project pencils out and we can keep rents affordable.
Can I ask a follow-up? What is this going to be affordable? Is there going to be a limit on? Could you talk about the rent?
Yeah,
Because
of course.
obviously that's what's really needed is low-income housing.
Yeah, so it's mixed. So of the 54 units, the majority of them are income restricted to between about 50 and 80% of the area median income. We do have some market rate units because we want people of all backgrounds living in the same space. But you could see rents in this development, down in the 700s a month, which is compared to new construction apartments in the city of Detroit, it's substantially below market rate.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, no, okay. So tell me about the renovation of the mansion. So how much would of the 2 million would go towards that, and just what kind of mansion is it?
Yeah, so it's that building has been there now for I think nearly a century, if not longer. It was a care facility, medical care facility previously at another point in time. It's been vacant now for a while. As far as a portion out of this, the 28 million is kind of the whole cost. We would expect probably, and this is a rough estimate. I could follow up with the committee if you'd like. Maybe 3 or 4 out of that full 28 to be that piece. But that mansion's also going to serve as the space for tenant gathering spaces, welcoming office space, sort of a lot of the common areas that you would normally build into a development. So yeah, that'll be a big piece of it.
Very good.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
answered my question, but I didn't write it down. What was the total cost of the project?
We're thinking about 27, 28 million. Okay. That's, pending any cost increases on materials.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker. All right, next up, Speaker's back again. East Side Colts. Hello, thank you for being here today. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and really grateful for this opportunity to be here this afternoon. So I have with me Bobby Christian, who's the president of the East Side Colts, which is a youth football team in the city of Detroit. Sports has always been something that's been near and dear to me, understanding the importance and what it brings to communities, and most importantly to the kids that play. So the use of funds for this program will be going to behavioral and mental health supports, family case management and stabilization services, also literacy interventions as well too, which again, it is a unique space to be able to have those opportunities with the kids as they're also playing their sport within the community. And with that, actually, I'll just stop right there and turn it over to the expert, who is Bobby Christian. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Tate. Thank you, Chair. The committee, appreciate it. Can I just say something before we dive into it? I just want to say that there's an elephant in the room. As I know we're called the East Side Colts, but we still love the Lions. Okay? Yeah, yes, okay. So the Colts was created in 1974. It started off as a youth organization, criminal violence intervention program. But we changed it to the narrative. We created an acronym for the Colts: Community Outreach, Leadership Training, and Support. So now we know we love the Lions. Let me get into the speech, right? Okay. So I'm Bobby Christian. I'm the president of the East Side Colts. I've been in youth space about 20 years, dealing with the youth and underserved communities. Our program serves hundreds of children daily. We have 7 after-school sites right now from Wayne County to Macomb County. This going on every day like clockwork, 365, even on holidays if we need to. We provide them with strong, powerful structure, with guidance, and just in the belief in them. And in 2023, we took we have an annual trip that we take about 50, 60 children to Florida, to Orlando, Florida. We get invited to a national tournament. So outside of our literacy program, we have to draw them with the sports, of course. That's what brings the kids in. And we train them from there. So we went to the national tournament in 2023 in Florida, when everybody says that Florida has the best football players around. And our boys, the 13 and 14-year-old boys, actually won the national championship. So we were number one when they said that we couldn't do it here in Michigan. So that's just certain things. And these guys, some of our boys go on to play at the Michigan State where Rep Tate come from. I have a boy right now that played for the Colts. His name is Antonio Johnson. He actually plays for Michigan State right now as we speak. We have some other boys, Penny Boone, he's at UCF. The list goes on. We have a lot of children that come from this organization that go on and do great things. And we just want to continue to do our part in this community. But our programs like ours, we work on very thin margins. It's hard to get funding from the same people that we're trying to help. So that's why I'm here, to get an appropriation investment so that the East Side Coast can get the support that it needs. Every dollar invested will be a prevention and saving more dollars later. We're talking about incarceration, enforcement, and crisis response. So we're not here just to ask for charity, but we want a partnership. It's super important because the truth of the matter is we want safer neighborhoods, we want safer schools, we want our young people to choose opportunity over violence. So I thank you for your time, and I'm definitely open for all questions.
Thank you so much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. A couple questions for me. First and foremost, I keep doing that. First and foremost, where will the $250 be spent? And secondly, in your description, you talked about. Well, before we get to that, let me ask you this: Are most of these kids come from troubled family, and if how does that work? What's that look like in practical use?
So a lot of our children, we're a literacy program. We know just in the city of Detroit alone, we have a 46% literacy rate. So we partner up with schools, middle schools, elementaries, high schools, and that's where it starts. So kids, the after-school program part. So as we know that they're in after-school programming and tutoring, we know that they need some insight, they need some help. So on top of that, we give them the sports as an incentive. When you do well, hey, you can come play on this team.
I guess that's what I'm trying to get at is obviously they're there to play football, but is it before practice, after practice where you have these? Okay, can you talk about what that looks like in real practical?
Yes, so after school programming, directly after school we have a tutoring program. You have to go through work study, you have to do everything. We work directly with the schools, so you have to go through your tutoring in order, because that's 4 to 6, and football and sports is 6 to 8. So that's kind of like how it goes. We have to go to sports programming and tutoring first, and then you go to sports programming. You can't have your sports programming without doing the tutoring first.
And so how many kids do you help?
As of right now, we have 1,000 kids daily that we serve. Wow. And it's growing.
How old are these kids?
From 5 to 18.
So we might have the next Jameer Gibbs on our hands.
It's strongly possible. Okay, strongly possible. And there are other organizations that you may know that's kind of doing some of the same things. But I just say to that, from 5 to 18 is about 135,000 youth. And of course, one entity can't serve them all. So we're all special in our respective areas. So I just wanted to add that. Now the 250, let's get to that. So it will be directly for youth programming. We have 125 for youth programming and mentorship. We have 75,000 will be going for mental health and support services. We have 50,000 will be doing program operations and for the safe facilities.
Thank you for your work. Thank you, Representative Tate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, guys.
Yep. Thank you for your presentation. I think Rep. Robinson asked all the pertinent questions there, so thank you.
Thank you so much. And I invite anyone, if you guys want to come out, we do a community cleanup in different neighborhoods, and if you guys will have the time to come out, I would love for you guys just to see what we do.
Okay. Well, thank you for the invitation. Just one question. If you were to get the funds, that would be for 1 year. What would you do? How would you sustain the program going forward?
So we do have some of they call it the grassroots funding. We do popcorn drives. I go to grocery stores, and we actually have partnerships with a lot of small businesses, the Black Alliance, the Black Business of Alliance. So we have a small amount that we are doing very well, but in order for us to reach, because we're in Wayne County and Oakland County now, but I want to get us to Oakland County. Those children preserve the same things that all these other or the other children have. So with this is going to help us broaden our horizons and get to these other counties. We'll be able to sustain, no problem.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Appreciate you
guys.
coming in.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members.
All right, next up, we have Rep. Fairbairn with Sioux Tribe Housing Authority. Hello.
I'm sorry. Well, that's fine. I'll ask him.
How's the weather up north where Rep. Fairbairn is?
The representative's currently shoveling several feet of flake sunshine from his driveway in the hopes of being here on time.
I was wondering about that. Oh, my goodness.
So, Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to present on Representative Fairbairn's behalf regarding this LDSI. It's a project we're requesting on behalf of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Housing Authority. It's intended to lessen the impact of the housing shortage on the Sault Ste. Marie area. The tribe's seeking funding to construct a multifamily apartment complex to serve, as your last presenter spoke to, permanent supportive housing for individuals and families coming out of the tribe's existing homeless shelter. The permanent supportive housing addresses the unique needs of individuals with a history of homelessness and housing barriers, providing safe and stable housing, allowing residents to focus on other factors affecting their housing stability. With us virtually today, I'm assured, we have Chairman Austin Lowe's of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians, who will go into greater detail on the need and proposed benefits of the project. Chairman Lowe's.
Ani, good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Austin Lowe's and I serve as chairman of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians. I'm here today in support of our request for a $2 million appropriation to help construct a permanent supportive housing development for individuals and families transitioning out of homelessness. In August of 2023, the Sioux Tribe opened the Lodge of Hope, which became only the second homeless shelter in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Since the day that it opened, the shelter has been full and it's maintained a waiting list. This clearly demonstrates the significant need for homeless services throughout our region. But a shelter bed is not the finish line. Instead, we view it as just the first step. The Lodge of Hope serves individuals experiencing chronic homelessness. Many residents struggle with mental health challenges, substance abuse disorders, chronic health conditions, or have experienced domestic violence. Others simply cannot keep up with the high cost of housing in the region. For many of these individuals, traditional affordable housing is not enough. What they need is permanent supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing is income-based and paired with wraparound services that help residents address the underlying causes for their homelessness. These services may include case management, mental health support, substance use treatment referrals, employment assistance, and assistance with financial literacy. With the right support, individuals can stabilize their lives, maintain housing, and move towards a greater level of independence. To meet this need, the Sioux Tribe is planning to construct a 36-unit multifamily apartment complex dedicated to permanent supportive housing for individuals and families transitioning out of the Lodge of Hope. This development will be located within the tribe's Odenang housing community. Odenang is an already established neighborhood that provides a supportive environment through proximity to neighbors, cultural activities, sober events, and shared transportation resources. Integrating this housing into an existing community is intentional. Residents will not be isolated. Instead, they will be surrounded by support, stability, and cultural connection. Our goal is not simply to provide housing, it's to provide a pathway to rebuilding lives. As a social worker, I can tell you that research consistently shows that permanent supportive housing improves outcomes. Residents are more likely to find employment, pursue education, maintain sobriety, avoid hospitalization, or repeated interactions with emergency services. In other words, supportive housing not only improves lives, but it also reduces long-term costs across the public health and social service systems. The Sioux Tribe is committed to making this project happen. We plan to finance the development through a combination of tribal funding, federal and state housing incentives, tax credits, and hopefully this requested legislative appropriation. The $2 million we are requesting today represents a one-time capital investment that will help create permanent housing infrastructure that serves our community for decades to come. Most importantly, it will give residents of the Lodge of Hope a true path forward, a place to go after the shelter, a stable home where they can rebuild their lives. 36 families, 36 opportunities for stability, dignity, and a fresh start. Miigwech for your time and for your consideration of this important investment, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Miigwech.
Thank you very much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. So when you say affordable housing, what does that mean for these? Is there going to be a limit on how much they have to pay for rent? Could you talk a little bit about how affordable it is?
Yeah, so it's going to be income based. So it's going to depend on each individual's income, but there is going to be a cap. It's going to be low income.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cavett.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman. Is 36 units enough? Is there a need for more? Are you going to come back, or is the tribe going to build out more in the future? Do you think this is going to help get to where you want to be long term?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. So unfortunately, I don't think a 36 unit apartment complex is going to meet our needs. We have over 50,000 individuals within the Sioux tribe, but I definitely think that it will help all the families that it will serve. We're not planning on coming back to the state legislature to seek an additional appropriation to help fund this. This is one time only as far as we're concerned. But unfortunately, no, I don't think 36 units will meet our needs, but it will definitely meet the needs of those families that are going to be living in those units.
All right. I've been supportive. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much again for being here. So this is strictly for the construction of the homes, the $2 million that you're requesting?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, and then do you already have the property purchased, or is that part of something that you already have, or is that something that you need to buy, or?
No, I appreciate the question. So we already own the property. It's already been placed in trust by the federal government. We already have a lot of the infrastructure in place that we would need to construct this apartment complex. That includes roads, it includes telephone lines, natural gas, all that stuff. So we already own it.
Okay, so this is kind of like the last step almost before you can complete the project?
Yeah, and we have a myriad of different types of housing that's already at the Odenang community, which is where we're proposing that this take place, and that includes lease-to-own homes, it includes rentals, it includes elder units. So there's a lot of different types of housing at this unit, and this is just going to add to that.
Okay, great. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Rep. Roth with the Munson Healthcare. Is he snowed in up north too?
He is.
Sounded like an awful storm. Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. We appreciate you giving us the opportunity to talk about these great programs that are going on in northern Michigan. The first one that we have is Munson Healthcare. Gabe Schneider should be online with Laura Glenn.
Good afternoon, Chair Jenkins, other members of the subcommittee. I want to just first thank you for the opportunity to be able to do this virtually, kind of given what the weather we are experiencing here in northern Michigan. My name is Laura Glenn. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Munson Healthcare. It is definitely an honor to present to you today our request for $3 million to support expanding mental health services within our northern Michigan region. As you know, access to mental health care is critically important. According to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, 1 in 5 U.S. adults experience mental illness each year, and almost 1.5 million adults in Michigan have a mental health condition. In addition, many Michiganders struggle to get the help they need, often due to limited access to services as well as cost of those services. That's why Munson Healthcare, in partnership with Northern Lakes Community Mental Health, opened the Grand Traverse Mental Health Crisis and Access Center in January of 2025, so just a little over a year ago. The Crisis Center, which is open 24/7, 365, provides access to an array of behavioral health services, including behavioral health assessments, face-to-face crisis intervention, psychiatric pre-admission screenings, psychiatric urgent care, crisis phone screenings, peer support services, and referrals to various community services as well as outpatient therapy. We're incredibly proud that our psychiatric urgent care is the only such urgent care north of Grand Rapids and one of only a handful in the state of Michigan. And I will note that the psychiatric urgent care services not only adults, but also children within our region. Since opening the doors a little over a year ago, the Crisis Center has provided services to almost 1,000 distinct individuals from across our region and around the state. This has alleviated the strain on law enforcement as well as our hospital emergency departments while providing greater access to care for individuals of all ages and all abilities to pay. Building on the center's success and recognizing the need for greater inpatient mental health capacity within the Northern Michigan region, Munson Healthcare is in the process of opening both an adult and pediatric crisis residential unit within the Crisis Center itself. This is guided and supported by what we call our Crisis Center Leadership Team, which is made up of partners from Grand Traverse County, Northern Lakes Community Mental Health, the Northern Michigan Regional Entity, and the Northwest Michigan Community Health Innovation Region, or SHIRE. It is also supported by input from a very engaged citizen advisory group. So I will tell you, this is truly a community-wide effort. So once completed, the crisis residential units will consist of 9 adult beds and 6 pediatric beds. This will be the only such facility in Northern Michigan and will provide the same clinical level of care as an inpatient psychiatric unit. Truly, the only difference is that a crisis residential unit is not a locked facility and an inpatient psychiatric unit is a locked facility. So again, the same level, clinical level of care, the only difference is it's not locked. We know that a CRU is an evidence-based and clinically helpful way to avoid hospitalization or reduce the length of a hospital stay for patients. We also know that we are in need of additional inpatient beds in the Northern Michigan region, so this helps address that gap, not only for adult beds, but also pediatric behavioral health beds. Importantly, providing care in a crisis residential unit will reduce the demand for inpatient beds, and it will be a lower cost way for patients to receive care who are in need of this acute level of care. In addition, they stay in the community and learn how to recover in a more natural environment. So this $3 million LDSI will leverage funds committed by Munson Healthcare already secured locally, including a $1 million donation to the center, as well as county and federal government funding. Co-locating the unit with other services provided at the center, along with our strong partnership with Northern Lakes Community Mental Health, will help us reduce the operating costs and truly support the long-term financial sustainability of the center and the crisis residential units. So this LDSI is truly critically important to supporting and complementing the other sources already secured for the center. I want to thank Representative Ross for sponsoring this request, as well as Representative Betsy Kofia for supporting it. I'd like to thank you all for your time today and for your consideration for including this $3 million support for mental health crisis services in Northern Michigan. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Rep. Van Workum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with this unit, you describe it as a crisis residential unit. Is this that there is a certain time limit that a person is allowed to stay there, or how long do you anticipate that you would have a person using that bed?
Yeah, it's a great question. So generally, the patient population that we're targeting would say be somewhere between 7 and 14 days. Like usually no longer than 14 days.
And do you have, say, different wings within this unit that they're specializing in certain care? And then within that, would you qualify potentially for opioid settlement dollars, and that it would be for substance abuse disorders?
So there's going to but that's a two-part question. So I'll first start with the wings and the physical layout. So there will be 2 crisis residential wings, one for adults, which will have 9 beds, and then one for children, which will have 6 beds. So those are separate and distinct spaces. That is the only distinction. So we're not, kind of cohorting the units any further to address specific types of patients. We will likely, because of the patient population, see patients with substance use disorders, although that is not the only type of patient that will serve in that location. And I cannot speak to the applicability of opioid settlement dollars. I don't know, Gabe, if you have any comment on that.
I don't have any comment, although we are working very closely with Grand Traverse County, and if there are availability of dollars, we will certainly follow up with the county on that potential.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for presentation. I have just one question. On your ask, you say 2 years for this completion. Why 2 years? Could you talk about that?
So we've actually constructed the facility and are in the process of completing the capital project. The support we're seeking is really the operational startup for both of the units. And so that is truly by the time we hire trained staff and then expand to where we're at full capacity, we anticipate that is going to take approximately 2 years. And so that is the support that we're requesting.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cavett.
Hi, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Could you speak to a little bit about how many beds are available for mental health for children in the North Country?
There are no pediatric behavioral.
Thank you very much.
I think I have all my questions answered. So actually, I do have one. Okay, so this is for operational costs. So going forward, if you're successful in getting this grant, how would you sustain the program going forward?
So we do have a sustainability plan for the program. We will be billing insurance and Medicaid for these services. So this support for 2 years really helps us ramp up to the place where our units are at capacity, and therefore the revenue that is coming in will be enough to support the operating expenses. Again, until we can build to those volumes to keep the units full, we will need operational support because the revenue will certainly not cover the operating costs of these crisis residential units during that ramp up phase.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Rep. Roth with Michigan Primary Care Association.
This is an opportunity that we can increase our labor force in healthcare, and we really appreciate this opportunity to talk about that.
Thank you. I'm Frank Waters with the Michigan Primary Care Association. Really appreciate this opportunity to talk about the Health Centers Career Training Program, and want to thank Rep. Roth for being the sponsor of the LDSI. So the Michigan Primary Care Association represents all the federally qualified health centers, or FQHCs, in the state. Health centers provide primary care and other services like oral health, behavioral health, and substance use care through more than 400 locations, serving about 1 in every 14 Michigan residents. I do want to note FQHCs are required to operate in underserved areas, both urban and rural, and health centers are mandated to offer care regardless of a patient's insurance status and ability to pay. The Health Centers Career Training Program, or HCCTP, was launched in 2022 to train and employ new healthcare professionals addressing critical areas of health workforce shortages throughout the state. The program originally focused on medical and dental assistants, but has expanded to include other roles such as pharmacy techs, community health workers, billers, coders, and other positions. The program has been incredibly successful in accomplishing the goal it was designed to achieve. It's getting folks in health centers and staying in health centers. It's helping health centers fill and retain their workforce. And I can't speak for all workforce programs, but this one is surely working. Supporting permanent funding for the HCCT program will enable Michigan Health Centers to sustain their newly established training program for entry-level health careers and to grow innovative training program models critical to provide health care in many communities across the state.
Thank you very much. Questions, Rep. Cavett?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation. You're training local people that are already living in our community for these jobs, right? You're not trying to attract people who might not be used to living in rural areas and trying to keep them there. You're attracting people who are used to the local environment.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Do you work at all with community colleges or anything like that?
I think there is some community college involvement. Largely, it's through sort of an online vendor that does sort of the classroom work, and then all the hands-on training is done at the health center.
Okay. How many students do you have?
I don't know the number of students in the program right now, but I believe there are 434 that have gone through the program, and the retention has been fantastic. Health centers struggle to pay at the same level of some of the other healthcare providers, but when you can get the folks in and provide their training and education, it really helps with keeping them in the health centers.
And the retention, or whatever you want to call it, they go out and get a job after this is pretty high?
Yeah, it's really most of them, the majority are staying in the health centers, but they can leave and they'll still have the accreditation to go somewhere else if they so choose.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, hold up for a picture. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
All right. Rep. Roth once again with Michigan Fitness Foundation.
Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to talk about the Fitness Foundation and the Michigan Farm to Family CSA. We have Amy Ganem on Zoom.
Good afternoon. I appreciate the flexibility of being able to talk to you folks this afternoon via Zoom, so thank you for that. First, I would like to talk to Chair Jenkins-Arno and members of the distinguished Leo Subcommittee and extend my gratitude to Representative Roth for his support and partnership in bringing forward this important request. It is truly an honor to be here today on behalf of the Michigan Fitness Foundation to share the impactful work we are doing to improve nutrition security for Michigan families, while also strengthening the state's agricultural economy. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about the Michigan Farm to Family Community Sourced Agricultural Program, commonly known as Michigan Farm to Family CSA. Many Michigan families lack access to fresh food, while small and mid-sized farmers need stable markets. And connecting families with local agriculture addresses both of these needs. Traditional CSAs, community source agricultural programs, require full upfront payment, which can prevent food insecure households from participating. As a result, the Michigan Fitness Foundation launched the Michigan Farm to Family CSA to make locally grown food affordable for families using SNAP benefits and to create new revenue streams for Michigan farmers. So unlike a traditional CSA, our model lets families pay only 25% of the weekly produce box cost with their Michigan Bridge card. So this program covers the remaining balance. So as an example, if a weekly CSA share per farmer costs $20, the family only pays the $5, and the program covers the additional 15 or the 75% incentive. So this approach lowers participation barriers and ensures farmers receive full compensation. We initially launched a pilot in 2019 utilizing federal funds from the USDA, and the program has improved food access and expanded agricultural market opportunities exponentially. The program connects the food insecure Michigan families directly with the local farmers and the community-supported agricultural program statewide. The families receive weekly boxes of fresh, locally grown fruits and vegetables throughout the growing season. Participating CSAs offer flexible pickup locations and home delivery, often partnering with community organizations such as farmers markets, senior centers, healthcare clinics, affordable housing communities, and nonprofit agencies. The program supports both single farm and multi-farm CSA models, allowing multiple farmers to share distribution. This in turn reduces administrative burdens and increases resilience across the agricultural network. Through SNAP-Ed and the Food Navigator program, families also receive nutrition education and practical skills to cook, store, and enjoy fresh produce while reducing food waste and accommodating a very stringent budget. Since we've launched, the Michigan Farm to Family CSA has provided over 20,000 shares to households, invested $1 million in Michigan farms, and generated an estimated $1.7 million in economic impact. Looking ahead, with your continued support, the program will serve over 2,500 Michigan families in its next iteration, covering at least 17 communities. An example of some of those communities for planned partnerships include farms and food organizations in Genesee, Kent, Marquette, Washtenaw, Wayne, in addition to several others. So this alignment with both the federal dollars and the state match, if you so see it fit to award us, will directly advance several of the statewide priorities. The first is improving nutrition security and public health. The second, strengthening Michigan's agricultural, economic, and family farms. The third, expanding community-based food access infrastructure. And the fourth, creating economic activity within local and regional food systems. By connecting families to Michigan-grown food and supporting small farms and community organizations, this program delivers two key benefits: healthier families and stronger local economies. To continue and expand this successful program, we request $500,000 in ongoing state investment. This funding will directly support the purchase and distribution of the CSA shares for families using SNAP benefits, allowing the program to reach more households and sustain operations into the coming year. The federal funding is under review. If the state investment so sees fit, it is essential for our program continuity as a match for the federal funding. So I just wanted to thank you again for your time and listening to the consideration of the Michigan Farm to Family. Appreciate your thoughts and questions.
Thank you so much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation and the work you do. Do you have plans to expand into other counties? Because I see, if I'm doing the math right, there's 15 or 16 counties you provide for now. Is that on your radar? Obviously, you want to continue to maintain what you're doing now, but do you have plans to expand that into other counties in the state?
We do. We actually have a waiting list of farmers looking to participate, but given the resources available, we can only accommodate those communities currently. We have 32 farms on our wait list looking to participate. And then separate from that, we have participants that are currently on SNAP benefits that are also looking for additional farms.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so I was just, a lot of my questions have been answered. Thank you for your thorough report. Just curious about the cooking classes, because I know I've spoken with other people who provide the fresh food from the farms, but then a lot of times people don't always know specifically how to cook those up into a recipe. So do you have cooking classes and things like that go along with that?
We do in several of the communities. So separate from the program I've talked to today, we have complementary programs. In the instance that I've spoken to, for those that can accommodate it, the farms that can, or the community centers that can, we have some instances of in-person cooking classes, and we have other that are digital. Separate from that, we also have recipes that are available. So to your point, a root vegetable is very common to receive in your produce box during a winter season in Michigan. So if you were to receive a rutabaga, several people are like, what am I supposed to do with this? How do I cook it appropriately? Myself included. So if there is no cooking class available, given the resources, you can at the very least see what recipes are available and how to cook it with the nutrition information that's provided. Okay,
thank you. And then regarding the federal match, so the 500,000 is gonna match the federal 500,000? And then.
That is what we're anticipating. Yes, right now, the federal dollars are still in the pipeline. They're a bit delayed.
Okay. Okay. And should you not get the state grant, how would that affect your program?
So we have received federal cups in SNAP education. And as a result, it would be unlikely that we would be able to continue the Michigan Farm to Family CSA because our resources would be directed towards broader state initiatives that would cover more communities. We currently have programming in all of the counties in the state of Michigan. And given the cut in the resources, we cannot continue all of those programs without some assistance. Of course, we would attempt to seek resources elsewhere, as we are currently doing, but that is a very forthright and candid answer to what would likely happen.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you. I appreciate you for having me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next up we have Rep. Roth, once again with Michigan 211.
We've been working with them on a lot of different programs, making sure.
Once again.
Thank you. Sorry. Making sure that people know what's going on, especially right now with Northern Michigan. I'm sure you've had a big increase, and we really thank you for all that you've done to help our constituents and friends up north. And so we have Jenny Pollack, who is the Executive Director of 211 in person.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative and Appropriations Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to our request. Michigan 211 is requesting $655,500 in supplemental funding in support of the extraordinary commitment of capacity across the 211 system during the federal government shutdown and the SNAP pause this fall. By quickly mobilizing to intervene, 211, with our many partners across the human services sector, worked to ensure this food security emergency was met. And doing so required incredible mobilization to our system and triaging the crisis ahead of our day-to-day work. Our supplemental budget request is to fund the increased cost experienced by 211 statewide, so this critical infrastructure and our emergency work holds harmless our overall goal to continue making human services more efficient and accessible for Michiganders. 211 is a trusted source for Michiganders to turn to find information, resources, and support for navigating human service-related needs. Because of the federal government shutdown and the disruption to SNAP benefits, 211, as a strategic partner of the state, was a primary resource marketed by government and media outlets for Michiganders. And as a result, the 211 system experienced a significant increase to our workload. The first week of the SNAP benefits disruption, 211 saw an increase of 2,000 calls, more than the week prior. Food-related needs were as high as 200% increase over the same time last year. And in October, we saw over 19,000 searches for just food-related programs on our website. In comparison, an average monthly total web search is about 20,000 a month. While benefits were restored and government shutdown ended in early November, the call volume 211 received the entire month of November was 22% higher than November of 2024. And additionally, nearly 2,000 callers expressed questions or concerns when they called 211 about the impact of the federal government shutdown. It was primarily related to their existing benefits or applying for new assistance, so answering questions. In total, our network responded to nearly 9,000 calls specifically related to these issues in a matter of just 6 weeks, while continuing to support individuals contacting 211 on a day-to-day basis. 211 was also in frequent communication with local networks, emergency food resources, and the state of Michigan for situational awareness and resource availability. 211 staff updated 484 food-related resource records in that time in response to the benefit disruption. And these updates represent hours of work on the part of 211 Center directors and database curators while they were attending many community meetings to stay updated on changes to food pantry hours and other changes to services. 211 statewide network and technical infrastructure, our problem-solving expertise, and the community relationships we hold were essential and aided our ability to respond. Michigan 211 quickly established specific data points to capture impact, allowing us to document the callers' expressed needs and their concerns. And we even created a reporting portal for centers to quickly monitor shutdown and SNAP-related volume. We're always proud to partner with the state of Michigan during times of crisis to serve our fellow Michiganders in a manner that saves time and taxpayer dollars by intervening during emergencies to prevent worse outcomes. Thank you for considering our request.
Thank you so much for being here. Any questions? Rep. Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. A couple questions. First off,
Sure.
how many, I know you threw a lot of numbers at us, but how many people do you help every year? And then the second question is, if you're appropriated this money, what specifically will it be spent on?
Sure. The number of calls that 211 receives was about 400,000 last year. But in that time period, we're receiving increased call volume, but also increased need. So over 625,000 people expressed needs. So one call could be multiple needs, right, as just people are facing complex situations. What would we do with these dollars?
Specifically, where would the money be spent?
Yeah, so we incurred costs to bring on capacity to respond to the calls that that 211 received, and to be able to be that infrastructure that our communities needed to keep track of the changing information. So that the funding specifically would go to the 211 centers, to Michigan 211 to pay for some of our increased technology costs, but it would be to kind of offset the increased expenses that we incurred.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So would you be hiring more people, or how would that work specifically?
Yeah, we incurred costs to support the volume rather than having people wait on hold during such a critical time. And so again, our centers incurred costs to provide this support. So we're looking to kind of right size the budget of the expenses.
Rep. Van Workum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you guys received some rural health transformation dollars, or have announced, and are you pursuing any of the rural health transformation dollars?
Sure. We are really looking forward to supporting the state in the way of the rural health transformation. So we're in conversations with what that work would look like for this year and for future years, sort of.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you coming in today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you all.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Rep. Rogers with Kalamazoo Institute of the Arts.
Chair Jenkins Arno, Vice Chair Robinson, thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Labor and Economic Opportunity Committee on the behalf of the Kalamazoo Institute of Arts request of $300,000 to replace their 30-year-old water-based fire suppression systems. This upgrade will eliminate the catastrophic risk of water damage while maintaining the highest level of fire protection and life safety, ensuring that irreplaceable cultural assets are safeguarded for the benefit of the public. The fire suppression system would be replaced in its primary collection vault and exhibition support spaces with a modern, clean agent one. This type of fire suppression system is used in museums and buildings with archives throughout the United States, with better results for protecting sensitive documents and irreplaceable collections. The Kalamazoo Institute of Art, or KIA, is one of West Michigan's leading cultural institutions and a nationally accredited art museum. They recently celebrated their centennial anniversary and began operating in 1924. I also wanted to highlight, and Michelle will follow up in just a second, but they are more than only a museum. They're also an art school. So the Kirk Newman Art School provides hands-on instruction to 3,400 students each year. Again, it's a regional school and partners with other colleges, universities, and schools in the region to expand access and build workforce pathways in the creative sector. Thank you for your consideration of the safety and historic preservation requests. And now I will turn it over to Michelle Hargraves, Executive Director of the Kalamazoo Institute of Art, and we are both available to answer questions.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thank you to Representative Rogers for your support of this request. The KIA, as Representative Rogers mentioned, is a 100-year-old institution that is both an accredited art museum and a large community art school. Each year we serve nearly 100,000 people, including 3,400 people in the art school and 7,000 K through 12 students. We care for a permanent collection of 4,900 works of art held in trust for the public, and more than 90% of the collection is housed in 4 areas protected by fire suppression systems that are nearly 30 years old, with components that are beginning to fail and in some cases are no longer available. Our request is for $300,000 to replace aging water-based fire suppression systems in our collection vaults and support spaces with a modern clean agent system using FK5-112 gas. Unlike water-based systems, these systems suppress fire rapidly within seconds without soaking artworks, leaving residue, or causing secondary damage. Clean agent systems follow National Fire Protection Association standards, and the EPA lists FK5-112 as an acceptable fire suppression agent. As Representative Rogers mentioned, this practice follows good practice in the field. Institutions such as the Smithsonian, the Cincinnati Museum Center, and the Princeton University Art Museum use similar systems to protect their artworks. The risk that we face is not theoretical. In 2021, we had a pipe that leaked in our print storage area, damaging 60 works on paper, resulting in thousands of dollars of insurance claims, years of conservation work, a canceled exhibition, increased premiums, and limitations on future loan opportunities. Like many museums, we are facing, or addressing rather, deferred maintenance in our 75,000 square foot facility built in 1961 and added on in 1998. A recent U.S. Government Accountability Office report found that 85% of museums nationwide report a backlog of deferred maintenance, and infrastructure projects like this are often difficult to fund through philanthropy dollars. This investment would protect important cultural assets and reduce long-term financial risk while protecting the broader value cultural institutions generate for their communities. Based on arts and economic impact data, the KIA and its audiences generate approximately $8.7 million in annual economic activity and support roughly 294 jobs. So protecting institutions like the KIA is therefore not only about preserving cultural heritage, it's also about safeguarding an educational, civic, and economic asset for Michigan. This project will allow us to continue fulfilling the public trust placed in us to preserve these works of art and to share them with the people of Michigan for generations to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Any questions? No? Okay, doesn't look like it from them. Okay, so you said this is it's outside your budget, basically. It's difficult to raise that kind of funds.
It is, and we have a number of deferred maintenance projects that we are addressing. We have raised money from private individuals and foundations to replace air handlers, to modernize our elevator, replace the sprinkler head systems, and our fire panel. And so there are a number of them that we are looking to raise money for.
Okay, and then I don't know a whole lot about water systems, but I assume it's inside the walls. So is it going to require a lot of renovation as far as, replacing the drywall and all the whatever?
It'll actually be in the ceiling. So
actually in the ceiling? Yeah. Okay, all right, good. Rep. Robinson.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, this is a one-time ask. It's nothing that needs sustainability.
Just a one-time ask.
Okay, thank you.
It'll be maintained.
It's fascinating because you don't think about it. Places like that especially have to have, specific.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for coming in today. Appreciate
you so much.
it. Yeah. All right, next up, we have Rep. Rogers and Rep. Longjohn with the Young Women's Christian Association, YWCA of Kalamazoo. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much again, Chair, for entertaining us and allowing us to give testimony on mine is a $750,000 request from Young Women's Christian Association of Kalamazoo to expand the organization's work to meet the urgent and growing child care needs of survivors of violence across Kalamazoo County and Southwest Michigan. The YWCA Kalamazoo hosts many vital and life-saving programs for Southwest Michigan and really truly is a regional resource and gem. It is the largest and sole provider of comprehensive emergency services for survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, labor, and human trafficking in Kalamazoo County. Its over 50-bed shelter has specialized crisis support services for those fleeing violence. YWCA Kalamazoo also runs 2 child care centers known collectively as the YWCA Dreamery, providing comprehensive, high-quality, and affordable early childhood education for children aged 6 weeks to age 5 across Kalamazoo. The Dreamery has provided high-quality early education to 185 enrolled children, with over 75% receiving tuition assistance. This one-time funding will help sustain life-saving services while positioning Kalamazoo as a statewide leader in violence prevention, early childhood education, and maternal and infant health. With me testifying today on a second request is Representative Long John, and then Susan Rosas, CEO of the YWCA of Kalamazoo, will also testify, and we will all be available for questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the hardest working committee in Lansing. Thrilled to be back in front of you again. As Rep. Rogers said, we combined 2 requests. We had each made requests for the same dollar amount for the same organization, but for 2 different purposes. So when we got the hearing notification that one was coming up that Rep. Rogers introduced, we asked if we could combine them to make best use of your time. So the second request is the same dollar amount, $750,000, still for the YWCA of Kalamazoo. And this ask focuses specifically on the shelter and on the work that the YW does in domestic violence. As Rep. Rogers mentioned, the YWCA is the largest and sole provider of comprehensive emergency services for survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, labor, and human trafficking in Kalamazoo County, with over 50 beds and a crisis support service package that is together helping survivors of domestic violence in our community. With no further ado, I want to turn it over to CEO of YWCA of Kalamazoo, Susan Rosas.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Jenkins. Thank you for allowing me to speak today, and to the committee. I am so grateful. We have 2 requests today, as mentioned. One is $750,000, supported by Representative Long John. Thank you. In support of our victim services, and the second $750,000 from Representative Rogers. Thank you, for maternal and child health. We have served the county of Kalamazoo for 140 years now. We are the largest and sole provider of emergency services for survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, labor, and sex trafficking in Kalamazoo County. We also operate the Dreamery, which is 2 child care centers. We offer high-quality early childhood education for our community's lowest income families across the county. And through our Women and Infant Supportive Health Program, also known as WISH, we are the only restriction-free perinatal home visitation program, and that serves all families regardless of income, transportation, or insurance status in Kalamazoo County. And our primary focus there is to ensure that babies survive to celebrate their first birthday. Just this last year, we performed 159 sexual assault nurse examinations. That's the forensic exam that's performed immediately after a person has been sexually assaulted. That included 59 exams for minors, and 36 of those were exams for children ages 12 and under in Kalamazoo County. We responded to more than 3,000 crisis calls for people who were actively experiencing violence in the moment. 4 out of 5 of our victim services workforce is certified as a community health worker. That's a public health approach to victim services that we are spearheading right now in Kalamazoo. We are the first in the country and the only in the state that is taking this approach for victim services. And the intent for this is for us to lead the sector in being able to start billing insurance so that we are less dependent on the state for victim services funding ongoing. Last year, we served 188 children through our child care services. 4 out of 5 of the families we serve qualify as low income in our programs, which is unusual for a child care provider. Our funding losses in 2025 have already forced us to significantly reduce staff and restructure many of our services. And without intervention, we anticipate closures in our child care services programs, reduced supports for survivors, and the loss of other life-saving programs. So as you can see in the materials that were distributed to you for this LDSI request, we know that annually we save the state roughly $38 million a year for victim services, an additional $8.5 million in child protection costs, and an additional $2.9 million in savings through K through 12 for kids who are given a head start through our programs. So we are asking the subcommittee today to help ensure that families fleeing violence and infants and young children in Kalamazoo County have the support they need. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question for each of their asks. Let's start with Representative Rogers. How many people, as far as the beds, as says you have 50 bed shelters, how many people annually come through there that you help in that aspect of it?
So we have more than 50 beds in the shelter. It depends on the family unit size. So we typically will serve survivors and their dependents. So that fluctuates on how many people are in shelter at a time. There can actually be up to 66 people in at the site at one time. I believe in this last year we had 160 some adults who were served, plus their dependent children. And I'm happy to get you precise numbers after the fact if that's helpful.
And the other one, I want, just in practical terms, what does that look like when someone calls and they've been, a victim of domestic assault? Could you walk me through the process and what that looks like?
Yeah. So oftentimes when folks are calling, it's because they finally have a moment to escape. This may have been something they've been considering for some time and they just never had a window. And so our ability to answer and get them to safety in that moment is critical because they might not have another opportunity. So often what will happen is a survivor will call in. We will either connect them with 911 if we need for them to suddenly have transport to our site, or we'll be helping them to think about what needs to be in their go bag so they know what they need to flee with, and we'll pay for their transportation to get to our shelter. Once they're at our shelter, we can take them in immediately. There's a kind of a series of firewalls within our building to make sure that people are secure in our space.
Yeah, I'm interested because the dynamic of it is just, everybody knows somebody who's been affected, and what happens is they feel like they did something wrong, and it's just,
Yeah.
I wanted to kind of find out what that looked like in practical terms, so thank you.
Sure.
Rep. Cavett.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for your presentation. You mentioned the infant mortality rate in Kalamazoo. Is it unusually high?
It was unusually high. I'm so glad you asked that question. So we actually just got data back 2 weeks ago that showed, in part because of the programs offered by Kalamazoo, that Kalamazoo now has the lowest infant mortality state in the state. That's compared to having the highest infant mortality rate 10 years ago when we first started these programs. So it's because of these programs that we see low infant mortality.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I'm just curious as to how this funding will be used specifically. So it will be used to hire new people or to expand the program or the facility, or what exactly? How's it going to look?
Continue these operations. Yes.
Okay.
So we have experienced such significant funding loss that it is our hope right now just to keep the doors open and to make sure the programs remain.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And Rep. Long John, I believe you are. What's the last one?
Still sitting.
This one here. Yes.
Biggest
Oh, you're the second to the last. Okay.
Ring the bell.
All right. Thank you so much. You're here with Michigan Primary Care Association.
Thank
There
you,
you
Chair.
are.
Thank you, Chair. I understand Mr. Waters was here a little earlier, but glad to have Mr. Frank Waters join me at the table. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to present this request and members of the committee. This request, as was kind of whispered across the table, is probably one of the biggest ones that you'll see. $38 million is certainly a lot more than anything else that I've proposed, but it speaks to the importance of what's in front of us. Over 20% of people in the state of Michigan are not just Medicaid enrolled, but use primary care through our FQHCs, our federally qualified health centers. Mr. Waters here will talk about the network of federally qualified health centers in Michigan that go by the name of the Michigan Primary Care Association. But as you'll hear, this critical infrastructure for primary care across the state is anticipating some gaps in funding, and we're worried about the infrastructure. So, Mr. Waters, if you could provide some more details, that would be fantastic.
Certainly. Thank you, Rep. Long John, for sponsoring this request. And again, thank you to the committee for hearing us. Again, just to go over who MPCA is and the health centers. MPCA represents all the federally qualified health centers in the state. We provide primary care services and other services like oral health, behavioral health, substance use care through more than 400 locations throughout the state. I want to highlight this statement that I made earlier. FQHCs are required to operate in underserved areas, both urban and rural, and health centers are mandated to offer care regardless of patients' insurance status or ability to pay. That's really sort of the main point of where this request comes from. Health centers are facing a number of fiscal challenges due to a multitude of reasons, including years of stagnant federal support, workforce and other inflation, and pharmaceutical manufacturers' forced limitation on the use of contract pharmacies in the 340B prescription drug program. I promise that will be my last 340B comments. So as we look to the future, changes in federal law will add to the fiscal difficulties facing health centers. Estimates show approximately 1 in 8 health center patients will lose their health insurance through Medicaid or the marketplace because of federal changes in law. It is expected that many who lose coverage will move to the uninsured population. MPC estimates that $94 million will be lost annually in service reimbursement due to patients becoming uninsured. While the law's goal may be to ensure individuals are appropriately qualified for Medicaid coverage, its impact on health centers is significant. With the federal mandate to provide care regardless of insurance status, health centers will be asked to provide care to the same population of people with reduced funding. And, the math just doesn't work. Health centers already operate on razor-thin margins. Without additional investment, health centers will have to scale back programs and services and even close some delivery sites. Health centers will not be able to offer the same level of scope and care as they do today. Health centers are one of the best stewards of public healthcare dollars. Forcing individuals to seek care outside health centers jeopardizes the savings that they provide. So I ask that you please support the $38 million funding request for health centers. MPCA will continue to advocate for additional federal resources and for a fix to the 340B program. Sorry, I lied. That's another mention of it. To ensure health centers are able to continue to serve patients. So I really appreciate the time and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for presentation. So just to be clear, this $38 million would go for to pay for medical bills for the uninsured?
Yes.
All of it? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Rep. Van Workum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess a couple questions. We've had a couple hearings with the rural health transformation dollars. I know that they are scheduled. FQHCs have some line items already of the first tranche of dollars for that. Is this specifically then going to rural areas, or is this anticipated to go to all FQHCs?
This request would go for all FQHCs.
Okay. And then, as I recall, and remind me where you are in the process, you have a pilot or a program out there right now of changing how FQHCs are compensated and going more towards a population-based model. I think we could probably spend a whole hearing on that, but you have received dollars for that. Do you know how much money that was put in there, and where are you on the status of that? And if that should move forward, would these types of dollars be necessary under that new proposed model?
So first, thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. We have not been as successful as we'd like in transitioning to the alternative payment methodology. And some of that, as I understand it, is when we came to the legislature with this, it was based on a budget neutrality, right, except for the implementation cost. And so we've gone back and forth with the department on sort of how do we make this work and making it budget neutral. And to this point, we haven't figured that out yet. So it's something that we continue to work on. So we one, it hasn't been implemented, and two, even if it is, there's still going to be a shortfall, we believe, with funding related to the folks coming off Medicaid.
If I could add just a little bit, Rep. Van Workum. So, going back, whether it was Obama 1, Obama 2, Trump 1, Biden, or Trump 2, there's been no movement on the federal guidance that all 100% of CMS claims from Medicare and Medicaid would be under the model you're talking about, value-based health care by 2030. So a lot of states are just kind of waking up to the fact that they've had 10, 15 years to plan, but that it's happening in like 3 years. And that massive transition that you're talking about, Michigan, like a lot of states, is behind in getting ready for. But even with HR 1, there's been no movement from CMS from the claim that 100% of claims will be through value-based care by 2030. So we have a lot of catch-up to do.
Again, we can probably do a whole hearing on this, but how much money was, I guess, I'm going to ask my question, but it's probably more for my committee, but how much money was put into researching that? And then this 38 million, this is just a one-time request. Are you asking to work project this, that this money will be available for multiple years to shore up the FQHCs, or this is just for fiscal year 26, 27?
So this would be for fiscal year 26, 27. I mean, if in my comments I mentioned we expect the total loss in reimbursement to be 94 million. So this is essentially, we're asking for about half of what we expect to lose in Medicaid reimbursement. And understand we're trying to work on 340B and at the federal level as well. This isn't a easy solution. But again, it's where we are considering what our federal requirements are, is that we have to take care of everybody. There's something else that I haven't mentioned that we do have some concern with, and that is folks who lose insurance that are currently going to see somebody else, a private provider, and that provider says, hey, sorry, you don't have insurance anymore. We're not going to be able to see you. Who are they going to come see? There's a good chance that a portion of them are going to come to the FQHCs because we can't turn them away. So, it's a big issue that we're trying to get out in front of. Understanding that this is a large sum of money, and we don't take that lightly. We would have loved to come in here and ask for $94 million, but we understand that money's tight, and we think that $38 million will go a long way in helping us continue to provide the care that we do now.
Okay, thank you very much. I think all our
Really
questions are
appreciate
answered.
it.
Thank you so much for being here. Okay, now we have last but not least, Rep. Hoskins with Autism Alliance of Michigan.
I think we're all happy to see you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Last one of the day.
I know you all have had a very robust afternoon of testimony, and we are the last ones, so I don't want to hold you guys up from leaving. But I hope this is a nice testimony you're going to hear. This is an organization that is based in my district, the Autism Alliance of Michigan, and we're here today. And I also want to thank you, Madam Chair, and the committee for hearing our testimony today. The Autism Alliance of Michigan is an organization that has been providing a critical service here to our state, and I'm going to have Doctors Allen and Hamp testify on more of the details of this, but I just want to give kind of my background and my my reflections on why I think this is a very worthy LDSI request. So, according to the most current CDC data, autism affects about 1 in 31 individuals. So in Michigan, that translates to roughly 300,000 residents. And I would imagine that just about everyone has met someone or encountered someone on the autism spectrum, a family member, a friend, someone you've worked with before. Most individuals will require some type of service or support across their lifetimes. And given the complexity of this disorder, finding professional guidance to understand our complex systems of care, educational options, safety concerns, and employment opportunity is almost impossible without the help of an autism professional. This is not the role of our already overburdened and time-constrained physicians and educators, or even public health staff who lack the time, resources, and expertise to adequately direct families to meet their unique needs within and across sectors. This program, which is the My Navigator program, is intended to give families what they need when they need it, and to do it in a most time and cost-efficient manner. We have heard reports on autism in the media recently, and questions about the cause and the cure are certainly complex. Information is difficult to find and trust. Service providers vary greatly in the quality and the scope of programs they provide, and no parent or family member should be left to their own resources to navigate the complexities on their own. So if we do this right, we can ensure the best possible outcomes for individuals with autism, reducing the dependency on public systems, and ultimately reducing the long-term costs to our state as the majority go on to live more independent lives through employment and improved post-secondary opportunities. So today, I'm requesting an LDSI of a little bit over $2 million in the fiscal year 26-27 budget to fund this very critical program. It is, I think, a very important program. I think it's the right thing to do for our state. And I am happy to turn this over to Dr. Colleen Allen, who is the CEO and president of the Autism Alliance of Michigan.
Thank you, Representative Hoskins, and all of you, members of the committee.
Oh, just hit that.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? All righty. Well, we certainly appreciate the time you've afforded us to learn a little more about, I want to give you a little bit of background on who we are and learn a little bit more about us. Autism Alliance is a statewide nonprofit organization serving individuals living with autism and their families across the lifespan. So it is the earliest diagnosis to questions around caregiving and housing and what will happen to my child when I'm gone someday. The program comes at no cost to anyone who contacts us. Representative did refer to it as the Navigator program. It is autism services and supports for our families and for the entire state. For over a decade, it's been supported through a successful public-private partnership with the state of Michigan. Our elected leaders have generously contributed 50 to 75% of this funding, with Autism Alliance raising 25 to 50% on our own through our own philanthropic efforts. It was established in 2014 after legislation was passed to mandate insurance coverage for autism diagnosis and support services in order to help guide families through significant challenges that so many experience trying to navigate these systems of care. The professionals specialize in autism-related care, including clinical, behavioral treatment, education, insurance, adult service, and it is entirely unique, and I want to just really stress this point. We are not like other navigators that you may have heard of or experienced in the past. We're not care coordinators. These are licensed master-level professionals, including social workers, counselors, behavior analysts, speech pathologists, who offer lifelong support. In other words, a family may contact us at one point and connect again with the same navigator on a different issue, maybe clinical to begin with and educational. It may be a need for a GPS tracking device, or it may be help with employment. But we're here for families throughout the lifespan. Navigators offer autism and disability specific expertise, so we really are different from what you might get in, say, a health navigator. The impact is significant. We've served over 20,000 families since inception, with an average of 3,500 to 4,000 cases a year. And I know of no other state-funded program serving 4,000 people in 1 year at a $2 million level. The impact, just a couple examples, and I'll be finished. We direct individuals in crisis with severe, escalating, dangerous behaviors to lower intensity, less expensive services to get ahead of those challenges and those escalations, which avoid costly emergency room visits and long-term boarding in our EDs. By connecting children, thousands and thousands over the years, to the earliest diagnosis and access to services, you improve developmental outcomes, academic outcomes, and eventually put that individual on a path to independence, reducing their reliance on state funding and public benefits for the lifetime. Unfortunately, the impact has been dramatic. We're now serving, since our cuts in October, we are serving 75% fewer individuals per month, and our response time has grown from just a couple days to weeks. So, in closing, I just ask all of you to put yourselves in the shoes of a parent presented with a new diagnosis. At a moment when more than ever, you just need to talk to someone, especially a professional, who really understands the disorder, who can put you on the right path to helping your child. Do you really want to hear? We'll call you back in a couple of weeks. I hope the information is helpful to all of you and aids in your decision to restore our state grant to its original 2.025 level. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Rep. Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I've seen firsthand the difference between someone who has autism who gets ignored and an iPod in front of their face and another autistic kid in the same family, having the same situation, and they are productive members of society. They're holding down a job. So when you're talking about this space, the help they get is just imperative. The difference between being a load on the state and a productive member, as I said. So I have a couple questions. First off, obviously this money, if appropriated, will go, I'd like you to specifically answer where it will be spent. But I also have a question. What is some of the most common requests that you get when you get these phone calls? So those two are my questions. So,
thank you. Primarily salaries for those navigators. It's for those professionals. That is the majority of where the funding goes. But the team includes not just those navigators that are taking those calls and talking to those families, but also an outreach team, because we're only as good as people know about us. So those are the staff that have been cut since, and that's what we would restore. But it's also, it would go to our resource directory. I mean, we rely on good information about quality service providers, that really build that network for us so that we can connect families to what they need.
thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, so did you say that's about 75% of your budget is state funding? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So then how do you reach the 25%, the extra 25%? Is that from other organizations or?
No. We're, first of all, we are not Medicaid recipients. We don't take insurance. We are not direct service providers. We are a pretty typical nonprofit that We fundraise through grants, foundations, individuals. We have 2 successful events every year. So that match has always come through philanthropic efforts.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys being here today.
We didn't answer that question, so I don't
Oh,
know if
go
you
ahead
need
if you-
that. What the most common cases, that'll be quick. We have that data.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So about 24% in a year are clinically related questions. So questions about therapy, questions about diagnosis, about 24 are specifically about therapy. 21%-ish is about diagnosis, where to go, what's entailed. Every insurance provider has a little bit of a different requirement. It's very different if you're on public versus private insurance. And there's a difference between diagnosis in the medical system and eligibility in the school system. So there are a lot of questions that families have about that. And then about 11% is education. The rest are, seeking support on adult services, crisis, employment, insurance questions, legal questions.
If I may, so a follow-up to that is, what kind of work programs do you guys help with? Do you connect them with employers, or is that a service? Could you talk about how expansive that is and what you do?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is an area where we have relied on partners. But we have a history of providing program very specifically to educate employers about understanding the unique challenges, but opportunities that come with people with autism in the workplace. But we partner closely with vocational rehab and some of the smaller providers that exist around the state to place people. And then we connect into some technological platforms that prepare individuals for interviews and writing resumes and those sorts of things.
Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, committee, for being here as well. There being no further business. We have. Rep. Cavett moves to excuse absent members. There being no objections, the motion prevails by unanimous consent. There being no further business before the subcommittee, this meeting is adjourned.